An arid desert, spanned entirely by the cutting wind and howls of falling rocks, is suddenly rumbling with sound as an armored caravan rushes through. Inside one of the vans, 6 people sit down. They are shaking, either because they are unused to the rumbling of the van, or because of something darker. One of the 2 guards inside with them speaks up, noting that they have likely been briefed, but they are not to leave the designated area and avoid words or actions that might provoke the prisoners. He will only tell them now that they are to exercise strict caution. Seeing that the van is void of talking after this, a woman with a bright look in her eye, Lala, introduces herself to the one next to her, noting that she's come to teach science. Dante Kong introduces himself too, and notes that he's here for science too. They shake hands, Lala finding it a nice coincidence, and Dante guessing that science had the most sign-ups. The other teachers begin piping up too, one by one noting that he's here to teach ethics, another music. The other 2 teach math and art. Their sections aren't as popular either. The music teacher notes that he feels like he can breathe now. They didn't say a word until this point, which he found weird. The ethics teacher looks out, noting that everyone was just really tense, as who could have imagined that they would end up here, in the world's largest prison, which has been compared to hell on multiple occasions. Fogland. Lala plays it off, noting that he shouldn't scare them so much. Anyway, it's called an international prison, so what could go wrong? The ethics teacher notes that it being an international prison makes it all the more suspicious. Does she know the story of how Fogland came to be? 50 years ago, in the middle of a desert, a massive meteorite crashed. 5 years later, all the world's great powers joined forces and built a prison on top of it. The music teacher perks up. That's why there are so many urban legends about it online. Like that it's there to imprison aliens or things like that. The ethics teacher confirms as such. He crouches down, his voice audible enough just for everyone to hear. One scholar even claimed that Fogland opened the gates to hell, so they just might be going to teach monsters. Dante lets out a choked laugh, wondering if educators like them really believe such things. People live in all corners of the world, and everyone has a right to learn, no matter what or who they are. The ethics teacher wonders if he really isn't scared, even if the rumors are false. That's still an international prison they are going in. It houses world-class criminals. Dante denies such a feeling. Those are just people that are lacking education, or so he thinks at least. As the others just kind of look at him, a guard gets a report over a walkie-talkie interrupts them. There are only 5 minutes until they enter Fogland, and, through the barred windows of the van, they all see the entrance to Fogland, a towering mass of steel and justice. The entrance has one banner on top of it, presumably made by the prisoners. The guards tell the teachers that they are not allowed to take photos, and not to take out their belongings until they have turned them in. Dante looks around, thinking that even if he wanted to get some photos, he couldn't because of all this fog. It's to the point where nothing is truly visible. Well, this is Fogland, after all. As they look on, a guard explains that they will be escorted to their classrooms after surrendering their belongings, they will be guided to their assigned classrooms, and they should follow instructions for everyone's safety. Dante thinks he's just trying to scare them, and the teachers are split up. Dante remains calm, even if a little shaken by the atmosphere. There is nothing to be afraid of, after all. It's just a place where people are living. He is put in his classroom, where he is met with an isolation classroom, completely dividing him from the class. He thinks it's excessive. He beats on the reinforced glass in front of him, and wonders how he's going to teach with this in front of him. Just then, a guard opens the door and notes that the prisoners are about to enter. Until the end of class signal sounds, he is not to leave his seat under any circumstance, or they cannot guarantee his safety. Dante looks on, a little bit horrified of what's to come. The door to the classroom opens, and the guards push the prisoners inside, but these are not just simple men and women, they all look grotesque, out of this world. Dante's heart sinks as his eyes dart from one prisoner to another, but they just have to be human, right? Even then, how is he supposed to teach that guy, who has his neck held up? Or that one, who has no eyes? He suddenly remembers what the ethics teacher said, that they might be going to teach monsters. Dante snaps out of it, as that's just nonsense. He needs to get a grip, as people live here after all. He adjusts himself and picks up the mic in his room. He introduces himself, and thinks that first, he should try an icebreaker. There were probably lots of fun classes like art and music, but science was the most popular from his understanding. Perhaps they are trying to build a rocket and escape. The joke doesn't land at all. In short, he doesn't have the whole squad laughing, except one of them, the hairy one, who seems rather amused. Dante feels like he's about to die from self-induced cringe, but that's fine. Rather than rockets, they will start with an easier, funner topic. Today's lesson is getting closer to nature. In front of all of their desks, they have what is called a sweet potato. This is usually a lesson for elementary students. Most of those with world-class criminal titles are gang members, raised in criminal societies, so this kind of experience will be unfamiliar to them. Naturally, at first it may seem trivial, but with a small cup and water, and a little attention, they will see the sweet potato grow, and then they will surely learn the value of life. He continues his explanation. All of them in Fogland are classified as dangerous criminals, but even so, today they came to learn. They are like this sweet potato, because they have an infinite capacity to grow, regardless of their environment. So from today onwards, they will try to grow sweet potatoes. One of them perks up. The prisoner, whose head looks exactly like a sweet potato, asks if he's saying that he's one too. Dante did not mean it like that. He didn't even see his head shape before saying this. He suddenly stops explaining, as he hears and sees a bunch of them just chomping down on the raw potatoes. Dante tells them not to eat them, as they are supposed to watch them grow, but then stops himself and thinks, just what are these people? Even so, they did not come involuntarily, so why on earth are they here, if not to learn? Suddenly one of them grabs his attention, telling him to stop talking about stupid shit, and tell them how to make fog already. Dante is a little taken aback, but connects the dots. This place does have a lot of fog, but are they curious about how it's created? The prisoner becomes annoyed. Seriously, a scientist who doesn't know fog. Dante notes that he's just a teacher, noting that this must be some joke he's trying to make. But suddenly, the reinforced glass in front of him shatters into a spiderweb formation. As the prisoner presses his head against it, Dante screams, clearly extremely surprised by what just happened, and reports back to the guards, noting that a prisoner is smashing the glass. That's when he remembers though, wasn't this reinforced glass? Before he can think more on that, the guards burst through the door, rifles in hand, and they tell Dante only one thing, get down. With that, they open fire all at once on the prisoners, pumping them full with lead, as Dante cowers behind the glass. Seeing the bullets being fired constantly, he bangs on his door, demanding that they stop, but a guard tells him to hold position until everyone is executed. Dante's breath has become ragged. He asks if they are really going to kill all those people, but they can't. No matter what they did, they can't just take their lives. He shuts up as the prisoner without eyes simply grabs one of the guards, holding him with only one hand, before crushing his skull through his reinforced helmet. Viscera flies around as the prisoners, who are more akin to beasts, rip through the guards, with no value for the lives they are taking. They don't care after all. Dante begins to hyperventilate, his eyes begin to narrow as the last vestiges of consciousness fail him. Before that though, he sees one lone prisoner, who hasn't even touched his potato, and has remained perfectly still. The thing is, that prisoner saw him too. Prisoner 182. Suddenly Dante begins to rustle awake. The first thing he sees is a fan, which has probably never worked, and besides him, someone crouching down. He opens his eyes better, revealing that person to be a prisoner, who looks at him as he gets up, his blue eyes boring into his. They remain like this for a while, until Dante asks who he is. It's when he looks around and realizes that he's trapped here, in this place. He asks where it is, and the prisoner says it's his house. Dante is confused, but as he looks at him, his mind begins to steady, and realizes that he really is in front of a prisoner. However, he wonders what had happened prior. He only remembers the riot, the guards who came in, shooting the prisoners, and how brutally they were killed. And he, at that moment, passed out. Dante asks if this is inside the prison, which makes the prisoner nod. Then he asks if this is Fogland, which makes the prisoner nod again. Dante begins to form an idea of what happened. Was he the one who brought him here? The prisoner nods again, and puts the potato he got from class in front of him. He wants him to teach him how to grow sweet potatoes. Dante's world crashes onto him. He thought this was just ignorance, but this is out of the bounds of common sense. He begins to quiver in anger. His breath becomes shallow as he begins to scream. He brought him here because of something stupid like growing sweet potatoes. He's going to die. He's really going to die. He looks at the prisoner, thinking that he's hiding something behind his back with his right hand. His mind steadies, his brain overridden by instinct. He smashes his shoulder into the prisoner, making him fall to the ground before clasping both of his hands on his throat. He thinks that he has him, this guy, compared to the others. He's going to die. He's really going to die. He looks at the prisoner, thinking that he's hiding something behind his back with his right hand. His mind steadies, his brain overridden by instinct. He has him, this guy, compared to the others, is nothing. If he stays calm, he can handle the situation. Now, he only needs to take his weapon away. As he looks through, he sees that he doesn't actually have anything in his right hand. It's just gone. He calms down and ties down the prisoner to the bedside with his tie. He apologizes for the violence, but he got in danger because of his stupidity. Getting kidnapped while inside prison is absurd. He wants to grow sweet potatoes, right? He apologizes, but he can't teach something that is brainless. He tells to just eat it and wonders when the guards will come, or when is mealtime at least. He looks around outside, thinking that after such chaos, the prison must be on high alert. The security forces are probably searching for him, and once he sees a guard or someone, he can get out. Unfortunately for him, though, because of the intense fog, he can't see a damn thing in front of him. He begins to scream out, asking for help as he pushes the door, but then it suddenly clicks open. As soon as the door is opened, he steps outside, where he sees where he really is. This place is more akin to a favela, and right below him, there are countless more similar buildings, all built along a large crater. He falls on his ass, as there's no way that this is a prison. He's panicking again, screaming, asking where he took him. Suddenly, 182 pushes his hand over his mouth and tells him to shut up. He's been yelling non-stop, and it's attracting attention. He can't leave this place, so he should just shut up and live. Dante can't believe what he's hearing. Live? Here? In this damn dump? He is a citizen. He doesn't belong here. He's not like the drags of society that live here, not like him. Suddenly, a fat prisoner appears over them, making Dante just stare him. He sees his scarred body and unreadable expression. Dante begins to cry a little bit, noting that this wasn't directed at him, and 182 looks at the prisoner, asking what he's looking at. Before Dante can react, the fat prisoner socks him, and he ends up half naked on 182's floor, who says again that he told him to shut up. Dante tells him that it's his fault now. Even his clothes are gone. Why does he keep doing stupid shit that gets them in trouble? Does he seriously not think? Why did he pick a fight with a monster like that, when he doesn't even have an arm? Suddenly, 182 gets up from his sitting pose, making Dante think that he said too much. 182 slowly undressing doesn't help the situation either. He apologizes immediately, thinking he's about to become someone's bride. Instead of doing that, though, 182 hands his jumpsuit to him and tells him to put it on. Dante is amazed by what just happened, but also by 182's body, which is covered in scars and toned. He slowly dressed into the jumpsuit, thinking that he should be more careful. As he zips it, Dante realizes that if he wears this, the rescue team might not recognize him. As 182 scrounges up through his belongings, he tells him that there's no rescue team looking for him. The guards were all killed. It's better if he doesn't stand out from the prisoners. That's just how it is in Fogland. He puts up another jumpsuit on him, a much dirtier one, and notes that they should go eat. Dante, hearing this, realizes something. Since it's mealtime, then maybe he can meet a guard. Inside the prisoner city, the fat prisoner from before is singing cheerfully, as the suit he got fits perfectly, like it was made for him. Those glasses he had, too, they looked really cool. Maybe he should take them, too. Suddenly, someone calling him honey asks where he got that outfit. The fat prisoner immediately bows down as much as he can, and explains that he found a nerd in the tofu village. A nerd with glasses, who just moved in. The boss understands, so that's where he was then. The fat prisoner agreed. He dared to wear fancy clothes, so he took them, as they were pretty cute. Suddenly the boss impales the fatty's head with his blade, making him fall to the ground, dead. He doesn't bother wiping away the blood on him. He just smiles, as he finally found who he was looking for, their dear teacher. Dante looks around and sees only a forest of thick cement, with residents that look like camouflage, and their eyes, those of starving beasts. He walks, a piece of rebar in his hand, right next to 182, wondering if these things are really human, or just beasts. This is Fogland. It looked like a prison at first, but it's more like a jungle. He asks if this really is a prison, as it's way too strange. Who built this? 182 just asks what, making Dante raise his tone, noting that it's weird. People are walking around freely, some of them even seem drunk. Plus, those three over there, he wants to know if those are just decorations or something. Fogland was built by the United Nations. How could a place like this turn into a hellhole? 182 tells him to shut it, as his voice is too loud. Dante questions himself, wondering what he is doing. Why is he expecting him to explain things kindly? Is this Stockholm? This guy next to him is a kidnapper, and those eyes are similar to the others. He's just as dangerous, so he shouldn't trust him. They make their way to a place called the Chow Hall, where sure enough, people are eating, and rather normally at that. Dante picks up a tray too, and is confused by how normal everything looks. He takes a peek beyond the line and spots something, an actual honest-to-God guard, amongst the prisoners. A smile appears on his face. He can't believe it. He calms himself down though, as he still looks like he's just an inmate. He has to act as civilized as possible. He will show this man that he is different than this monster's. After 182 asks for extra ham, and has subsequently denied it, it's his turn. He asks the guard if he is a guard, and he says that he is. Dante comes closer, noting that he is a teacher assigned to the inmate education project. He was kidnapped during the riot by the man in the mask on his right, who can absolutely hear him. He probably knows there was a riot. If not, he should contact his superiors immediately, as they must be looking for him. Suddenly, Dante sees a line of drool coming out of his mouth, and looks into his eyes, only to find basically nothing. Before he can ask what is going on, the server smashes him over the head and tells him to get out if he's not going to get anything. Dante just has his tray filled with basic stuff, and as another prisoner eats from it, he looks on, completely defeated. He wonders what those eyes were about. Was that guy not a guard, perhaps? No, he was wearing a guard uniform. He even had a badge. However, he isn't seeing any other guards or officers. Are they looking for him? What's the situation about? In his heart of hearts, he realizes that something is extremely wrong, and that he is, in fact, screwed. At this rate, he will be stuck forever, just like this bastard next to him. He calls 182 as student, and notes that he wanted to grow sweet potatoes, right? This is his last resort. He will teach him how to grow sweet potatoes as much as he wants, but in return, he wants help getting out of here. He has decided to use his stupidity, but unfortunately, 182 isn't as stupid as he thinks he is, and asks if he thinks he's an idiot. Dante tells him that this is not what he meant at all. He said he brought him here because he wanted to learn how to grow sweet potatoes, right? Once he teaches him, he will have no reason to stay, so he will leave, right? 182 says nothing for a bit, then states that to get out of here, he has to become the supreme leader. Dante asks what that is. Is it like a boss or something? 182 tells him someone like him couldn't do it anyway. Dante never wanted to, but does he mean that only the top leader can contact the outside world? 182 raises his fork in the air and tells him, ascend or fall, that is the only way out. Dante doesn't understand. He should explain better, but 182 is done with the questions. Dante gets it. He's not going to help after all. He gets up, noting that there's no point in staying near him anymore. He's getting out of this filthy, horrible place right now. He will also come to regret this, because once he gets out, he won't escape the judgment of the law. He stops himself and begins walking, as trash like him should just rot in this place forever. Suddenly he hears someone call out for a teacher and his name specifically. Everyone turns, and Dante is blinded by the prospect of a rescue team being here. He begins screaming, tears in his eyes, that he is here. His name is Kong Dante, science teacher at a public school, age 32. Suddenly he stops screaming as he sees who called out for him, a man taller than two people at once, and he smiles as he leans to Dante's level. He says that he really wanted to see him. He probably remembers that they met already. He took his potato class. Dante unknowingly takes a step back, agreeing. He could never forget after all. That was the first time he'd seen someone that huge. The servers and other prisoners begin to shake and breathe slowly, as that is one of the 6 shoulders of Cell 0, the tower. At that moment, Dante remembers how this man killed the security guards. He used another prisoner as a shield and spouted something about them being rude, since they are using guns. At that moment, he reached into his wide maw and pulled out a blade, an unbelievable act. With that, he began dancing through the guards, their screams being his tune. Dante falls to his knees, completely defeated, and asks why he's looking for him. Tower rustles through his pockets and notes that they have to continue the class. Oh, he's also not interested in sweet potatoes anymore. They should move on to the more advanced stuff, like making fog. The moment the others see the fog, they stare at it like it's their salvation. And it's apparently pretty, huge at that. Dante remembers that the guy who almost went through the glass asked him how to make fog, too. So this is fog, this blue, writhing lump. He asks what this is, which makes Tower confused. He really, truly doesn't know. He clenches his fist as there's no way. He's a science teacher. How could he not know? Were teachers not supposed to know anything about everything? Dante tells him that he's never seen stuff like this in the outside world. Tower is getting annoyed. They took classes for this. For the fog. The 6 shoulders gather just for his class to take him back. Tower just grabs him, as it doesn't matter if he doesn't know. They will learn from now on, right? Seeing the blue pulsating thing coming closer to his face makes Dante frightened. The moment it begins to dissolve against his teeth, when the others salivate at the corner of their mouths, he throws himself off, as he doesn't want any. The moment the fog drops to the ground, everyone who was watching rushes in to grab it, and under Dante's confused eyes, they begin brawling. Tower isn't mad. He just laughs because, as he can see, everyone wants fog. In this place, it's akin to gold, and also a blessing of the gods. An elderly man has eaten the fog, but even as the others shove him, he stands tall. Even as they bite him and tear his flesh asunder with their teeth, he was smiling. The tower can't believe these dirty tofu village people though, getting all excited over a piece of fog. That old man will live in heaven today at least. Or perhaps, he will gain an incredible talent if there is more fog to be had. As he asks if he's interested, Dante feels the fog that was scraped on his teeth, and he begins to shake violently, before spilling everything he can out of his stomach. He asks himself why he even came here. Why would he even come to such a terrible place? Is he dumb? He sheepishly asks Tower to let him go home before screaming that he doesn't want to come. He can't make this shit. He's never seen anything like this before. He's not a damned scientist, he's a teacher. The Tower tells him to stop lying. He saw it in a drama. He saw a teacher making and selling good medicine. Dante tells him that the person was a chemistry professor. They are completely and entirely different. He doesn't even have a doctorate. He's just a damned high school teacher. Silence falls in the mess hall the moment he says this, broken only by Tower, who asks if he is incompetent. He was the first one to find the teacher. He thought he had one. He thought he could become the supreme leader. He begins to pull out the blade from his stomach and Dante freezes and Tower lunges at him, noting that he has no use for useless bastards. As he hears this, memories of his father come rushing through. He called him worthless too, for getting a teaching certificate. He didn't want him teaching children, as nobody in their family has ever missed a PhD. He was a stain on the family name, a creature who hadn't passed a single paper in 6 years. His mother concurred that what he was doing was running away, instead of trying preparing for another thesis. His brother told him to stop it, as there's nothing wrong with being a teacher after all. They should let him do at least that, as he's already having it the hardest. He's failed his doctorate for 6 years after all. This was his family, a father famous enough to be on TV, a mother with a doctorate in law, and a brother who became a member of a psychology society at a very early age. He too was respected on the lectern, but at home, he was treated worse than an animal. At one point, as they were having dinner, Dante showed his father a paper about the prison, and explained that it's a United Nations prison. He will teach people. It's organized by the UN, and the pay is considerable. His brother knew the place. It's the one they call Fogland, right? He thought it was awesome, as he heard all the crazy people go there. Dante told him that they were people, and his mother asked why he would go that far. She is content with a steady income from the school now. His father was confused too. Why was he doing this? What kind of stunt is he trying to pull? Dante gulped and told him that giving learning opportunities to people who had few chances to learn, that is something valuable to an educator. At that moment, his brother spilled his wine over his shirt, and he was amused by just how grand that sounded. He should know that that's not professional. It's an impulse born out of the desire to be recognized. It's not that he failed to get a doctorate, but that he's pretending to have chosen a different path, pretending like he's on a mission for good. That's why he acts like he's equal to them. He's trying to justify incompetence with eccentric acts, right? Dante asked why he judged other people's thoughts as his own, but his brother noted that he was just worried. As this is reckless, doing such a thing, out of a mere inferiority complex, it's only proof of stupidity. Now he thinks his brother is right. He was a fool. That was an incredibly dumb idea. Now he will die, surrounded by monsters in this filthy and ugly place. It seems that the one who was an idiot was always him after all. Suddenly though, 182 loses his hood and throws a fork so hard at Tower's arm that it goes through his arm and embeds itself in a nearby wall. Naturally, Tower drops his blade and screams violently at his broken arm. He turns around, demanding to know the bastard who dared to bring in a gun. At that moment though, 182 rushes in, grabbing a tuft of his hair and under everyone's vision, preparing a deadly strike. Suddenly, his knee connects with Tower's spine, not just cracking it, but shattering it altogether. Tower begins to fall, everyone is left speechless, and he sees a Tower as he shatters the ground with his body. Dante looks on in amazement, and the prisoners note that a new shoulder has been born on this day. They all rush in right over Tower's corpse, the one they used to fear just moments prior, and want to hear the name of the new shoulder. 182 just looks at Dante, and notes that they should go before grabbing him and getting out of there. After they stop walking, Dante can't believe that he is alive. His body had already surrendered to death. He looks at 182, and thinks that he is strong, extremely so. He asks if that sweet potato thing was a lie. Why did he even sign up for the class in the first place? Is it because of the fog? 182 asks if he can make fog, and Dante immediately denies it, and apologizes constantly, making 182 a little confused. He explains that he originally went because they said he would get new clothes. He just saw a line blocking the street, and one of the prisoners told him that outsiders had come. They said they would teach them something. Since the competition was fierce, he suggested that he line up too. 182 didn't want to at first, but when the prisoner said that he would get new clothes, he immediately slipped in line, waiting patiently for his new clothes. Dante didn't expect that to be his reason, but why then did he save him? 182 notes that he didn't save him, he saved his new clothes. However, he didn't even teach him anything, and he soiled his new clothes too, by peeing on them. Dante hadn't even realized that this was the case, and after going to the shower room and acquiring new clothes through iffy means, Dante begins washing the clothes he was given, as he wants to return them. He wonders though, is that ragged thing he's wearing a sentimental piece, or why did he keep it if he had new clothes? 182 looks at him, confused, and points at the number on it, claiming that it's his. Dante knew that already, but why didn't he throw it away? 182 tells him that it has 182 on it, it's his, and that says 182 on it too, both are his. Dante is becoming confused too. Does he mean that the dirty clothes are precious too? Well, he guesses he doesn't have the arm to wash them, so he will wash them for him too. After washing everything properly, they return to 182's house and dry it up. Dante takes a look at his watch, it's past the exact hour, meaning that a whole day has passed while trapped in this place. Escape aside, the monsters called shoulders are still definitely looking for him. They might have learned his location from the earlier commotion at the mess hall, so he has to make his way out of here tomorrow. As his stomach grumbles, he thinks that he should have taken a bite out of that disgusting soup earlier. Suddenly, he notices the sweet potato 182 is keeping, and thinks that he can have a little bite anyway, as he can't grow it in this place anyway. Before he can do that though, 182 smacks it out of his hand and tells him to buzz off. Dante, defeated, notes that he was just hungry. Can he have a little bit to eat? 182 gets down and denies his request, as this is his, he etched his number on it after all. Dante thinks this is absurd and asks if he will grow it. Does he even know how to? 182 doesn't, but anyway, if he kills his sweet potato, he will kill him in return. Dante can't believe how dumb this guy is. His vocabulary is at a kindergarten level, and his behavior would be primitive if not for the few words that he speaks. However, in a way, this is rather favorable for him. He asks what if that sweet potato already has a sealed fate. 182 asks why that is, and Dante explains that he engraved his number into it, and potatoes get sick because of that. It's called browning. Seeing the worry in his eyes, Dante pushes further, noting that there is a way to revive it. Since their previous trade failed, it's hard for him to tell him this, but he will tell him one thing: he needs sunlight. Fogland's fog is thick enough to block the sunlight, so he has to go to a place with thinner fog. 182 tells him that this tofu village has the least amount of fog, but Dante tells him that it won't be enough, as even clothes don't dry well here. At minimum, he must get to the gate in front of the fortress, the entrance to Fogland that is. Somewhere else, a craftsman is hard at work, making the best possible support for tower using metal. He is naturally in pain, and asks how long this will heal, but one of his men tells him not to worry, he brought the best architect. The tower wanted him to bring a doctor, but anyway, what the hell happened there? His talent has accumulated for a long time inside of the fog. The strength of his spinal bone is probably stronger than rebar, especially his neck bone, but with a single strike he shattered it. That stupid teacher is useless for now, he has to go after the brat now, as he's definitely monopolizing fog somewhere. Suddenly, a familiar voice notes that he really found the teacher after all. It's the man from before, who attacked Dante. The others didn't even notice that he was there, but he ignores their reaction and finds it amusing that Tower got his neck broken. Tower is not too pleased with him appearing in his hideout like a rat, but the man thought they formed an alliance. They said they would share if they found the teacher. Tower tells him to stop spouting nonsense. After all, he is the one who will become the supreme leader. Suddenly, the man grabs the hammer from the architect and notes that his dreams are far too big compared to the talent that he has. Tower tells him to wait. He wouldn't attack an injured person as that would be cowardly, right? The man ignores his pleas, as when he sees bastards like him, the only thing he wants to do is smash them into pieces. He pulls the hammer into Tower's neck. This is the shoulder of Section 0. After beating everyone in the hideout to a pulp, Hound turns to his band of riders and notes that they will have to go to Tofu Village. With that, they all mount up and get going through the foggy streets of the prison. As Dante and 182 walk, Dante wonders what he has in this bag of his, as it's heavy. 182 notes that it's his, and Dante forgot to ever ask, but what is his name? 182 notes that the people around here call him One Arm, but Dante is a little confused. Doesn't he have a name? 182 repeats that this is what they call him, but Dante thinks it's rather uncivilized, so he will continue calling him 182. He also asks why he is going around wearing a mask. Is he a thief perhaps? How did he end up in Fogland anyway? 182 tells him that he was always here, but Dante doesn't understand. What's that supposed to mean? 182 is tired of his questions. He's a teacher, so why is he the one asking? Dante tells him he's also human, but 182 is not done, as he also talks too much, and his voice is too loud. With that, they walk in silence for a while, until Dante falls on his ass, and notes that they should rest a bit. He's hungry, and he has no energy either. He wonders how much further to the entrance. They've been walking for 2 hours already, but they keep seeing the same path, over and over again. 182 tells him that he doesn't know the way, making Dante angry. Why is he only saying that now? Have they just been walking for 2 hours for nothing? This is crazy. He slumps on his back, as he can't go on. Either he will carry him on his back, or get him something to eat. if he wants to save that sweet potato. Suddenly, 182 falls on his face, and Dante gets up swiftly to check on him, and sees that he's completely dehydrated. He tries to wake him up, scared that something dangerous might have happened to him, but he's more afraid of the fact that he will be left alone in this place. He begins to shake 182 violently, pleading, screaming at him to wake up. Suddenly, a man plummets to the ground from the air, right behind him. As Dante turns around, he grabs his pupils, opening them wide to see his eye. The man is surprised, as he's a normal person, isn't he? He apologizes for being so rude, it's just that he heard a loud noise, so he was curious about what was going on. Dante and 182 are taken to what seems to be an apartment building, and is given something to eat, which he does so greedily. The other person in the apartment tells him not to eat that fast, as he's going to get indigestion. He should eat slowly, as there's more where that came from. Dante thanks them, as they saved his life, while also thinking that he never expected to see normal people here. The man introduces himself as Rambutan, and the other as Lychee. Dante also introduces himself and notes that this is the first time he's met anyone here with whom he can have a normal conversation. He also didn't expect to see a woman here. Lychee hugs Rambutan and asks if she really looks like a woman. She cut her hair to look more like a man, as being a woman in this place makes one stand out. Rambutan explains that they came from the inside. The closer one gets to the center, the concept of blocks pretty much dissipates. Dante is curious. Are there a lot of normal people like them in the center? Rambutan doesn't think so necessarily, but Tofu Village is full of losers who get pushed to the side. Anyway, is he new, or hasn't he done the fog yet? Dante explains that he is not an inmate. It's hard to explain the details due to some circumstances, but he was kidnapped by that guy who collapsed over there. Rambutan asks if he means that he was kidnapped into Fogland and realizes that he was probably kidnapped during the teacher kidnapping operation. Dante sheepishly asks how they know about that, and Rambutan confirms that everyone knows. The enforcers set it up beforehand. They even took over so nobody else would attend classes. Dante understands that's what happened then, but then what were those idiots in the administration doing? Rambutan didn't expect to meet the main character of that whole ordeal, and Dante asks him, even if out of line, if he's not a spy for those enforcers. Rambutan denies as such, and Lychee asks what happened, as she's never seen an enforcer like that before. Dante doesn't think he's actually an enforcer. He kidnapped him to learn how to grow a sweet potato. Hearing this, Rambutan can't help but laugh, as that's the last thing he could have expected. Dante doesn't even mind that they are laughing in his situation, which is like something out of a dark comedy. Their laughter is like sympathy. Rambutan stops and asks if he's being held captive by him. Dante doesn't think so right now. He's just traveling with him as a makeshift bodyguard, but he probably got a heatstroke as he collapsed all of a sudden. Lychee explains that it's limbo. It's a type of withdrawal from the fog. He probably saw the people sprawled on the streets around everywhere. They fell into limbo because they couldn't get fog. They snap out of it eventually, but if limbo repeats, their brains start to turn into mush. Dante is confused then. Just what is fog? The two look at each other, and Rambutan notes that he really doesn't know anything about this place, does he? Fog is a divine medicine that grants talent. It amplifies the talent one never knew they had, or one they yearn for. Dante asks if something like that is possible, and Rambutan notes that not only is it possible, it also allows one to transcend human limits. With this power, they are going to break out of prison after all. Dante stares at the two of them, both in awe and in fear. Hound gets to 182's cell, but finds it completely barren. Well, they couldn't have gone far, but he should hurry, as the others are probably searching for him too, like Bone Eater, Nunface, Fusyback, and Drillhead. Rambutan and Lychee ask Dante if he will come with them, which he agrees to at first but then stops. While he appreciates the offer, as a civilian, meeting guards or the operating bureau should come first. If he gets clumsily involved with prisoners and escapes, he will really be charged, and that is if they succeed. If they don't, he won't have to worry about it anymore. Rambutan tells it how it is. He will never see the operating bureau or anyone else here, as nobody wants to try and enter Fogland. That's due to fog addiction. Step in wrong, and he will be unable to live without the fog. That goes for him too. Dante is confused, as he never used fog, and doesn't plan to. Rambutan notes that it's not about what he wants. He's been here 2-3 days. Has he ever thought about the dense fog here? That fog itself is particles of fog, the thing he's been trying to hide from. Fog is the God-given gift that grants talent. To manifest that talent, countless fog particles are needed. To become addicted, though, the particles alone are enough. The fog slowly seeps into his lungs, and he will constantly crave more fog. If he can't obtain it, he will eventually fall into limbo. Dante wonders if he's already addicted, if he's already screwed. Rambutan notes that there's a chance. Limbo is the first stage when it really starts. Everyone's tolerance differs, so he cannot say when, but there is no time to relax. Dante says it how it is. Even if they are to escape, they are already screwed, addicted. Lychee confirms as such, but even so, she's never heard of anyone who left this place alive. Maybe in the distant future, natural recovery could happen, or if they expose this prison, an antidote might be made. However, they promise not to die here, and Rambutan agrees. Even if they fall into limbo and forget each other, they will be, at one point, under the same sky. Dante is feeling annoyed, but their feelings are real. These two really mean it. Suddenly, 182 wakes up, and everyone notices, looking at him like a phantom. Dante wonders what they should do, as he doesn't need to waste time on that sweet potato. What if he tells him he will escape with these two? Will he attack? What if he kills them, like that guy? 182 pulls out his sweet potato and asks if the coast is clear. Dante doesn't know how to answer, and Rambutan asks why he is so afraid. He's just a fog zombie. Once someone falls into limbo, they'll have no strength until the next fog, so he will win. Dante feels relieved to hear that. He was worried they might get hurt. Rambutan tells him not to worry, and raises his leg in the air. If he has a problem, though, shouldn't they kill him now? They all look at each other, but Dante tells him to hold on, as there's no need to kill him. He crouches down to his level, and notes that he's leaving. He has no intention of living here, so they should each go their own way. 182 asks about the sweet potato, so Dante grabs it and puts it in a cup with some water before handing it to him. If he does it like this, the sweet potato will grow on its own. Naturally, it will need sunlight, so he should go and show it to it. 182 notes that he doesn't know the way, but Dante doesn't care. He tells Rambutan to chase this guy away, as he will go with them. Whether they will get gunned down or arrested, he just wants to get out of here. With that, 182 is thrown out with the cup and sweet potato. He looks at it for a long time, and remembers when someone from his childhood, who asked if he knew what a puppy is, or a cat. They are animals, like crows, but with fluffy fur, and they are very cute. If a person raises one, it understands words and follows commands. She fluffed his hair and noted that she wanted to raise one too, someday, when she got outside. With that memory, 182 reaches for the potato, as he does not want to let go again. Somewhere else, a few prisoners measure something. It apparently moved 20 centimeters, the thing they are measuring being a demonic-looking thing, which is now holding a leg in its third arm. It appears that someone was foolish enough to try to escape. Inside the apartment, Dante puts his hand on the wall and asks how they are going to break out of here. Rambutan crouches and notes that he will show him. Dante's keen eyes observe as his legs charge up mysteriously, before he goes through the ceiling at an incredible speed and completely breaking through. He is shocked and asks what this is. Lychee explains that Rambutan has an incredible talent for jumping, so the plan is to simply jump over the wall. They go up to a higher vantage point, and Lychee taps a bead on her head, making her eyes glow incredibly. Using that, she begins mapping a huge part of the prison right there. Dante is amazed, a talent for drawing what she's seen only once, like a photograph. Is this perhaps all of Fogland? She explains that it's a map she made while coming here from the center. This is only a fraction of what's been recorded. Dante's mind is puzzled. If this is only a fraction, just how big is this hellhole? Lychee continues, noting that since Tofu Village is not that big, they probably came a long way. They might reach the edge soon. Dante grabs the pencil and notes that she did not draw this, the 4 vagrants that are on this side. Lychee grabs her pencil back and asks why she's supposed to do that, but Dante just wanted her to mark potential threats. He's guessing this red one is the same, but what is it? The two give each other knowing looks, and Rambutan notes that they will be getting out of here soon, so it doesn't matter. He asks Lychee to give him directions, and after she does, he grabs both of them and dashes away. In a dark corner, a few people are suffering together, without fog and without food. Suddenly someone comes and asks if they've got any fog, making them all look up and wonder who this idiot is. 182 asks them again, and they wonder if they look like they have any. 182 then asks them to empty their pockets, causing one of the larger men to smack him across the face, demanding to know what the hell he is talking about. They are starving to death, and he dares to ask for shit. One of them, a skinnier one, suggests that they eat him. They say that one can get fog from human flesh. Those bone eaters eat people for fog, after all. The others don't know what to say, even if they are hungry. Doing something like this is a little much. Lunch is almost here anyway. He points his spoon at 182 and wonders where they should begin eating. Maybe they should drain his blood first and drink that. As he thinks, Hound slaps him the hell out of the way, straight into someone else. The slap was so hard that the hungry guy's eardrums got pushed out. Slowly and surely they realize that the man in front of them is Hound, so they all begin to run away, as they do not want trouble with someone of his stature. Hound crouches down to 182 and notes that he finally found him, a visible smile on his face. On the day of the teacher kidnapping incident, as the other prisoners were fighting, Hound broke through the glass that was keeping Dante saved and grabbed him. He began to run away, thinking that he had won. Those stupid bastards were too busy to even notice that he had nabbed the teacher. Also, he had a score to settle with that tower bastard, who dared to use his crew member as a meat shield. He had forgotten the alliance they made, but punishment will be swift. Suddenly though, he noticed that someone was actually following him. He turned around and asked which crew he was from. Judging by the look he had, he guessed either Eater or Drill Head. He then noticed the potato in his hand, and 182 himself asked if he is also wanting to grow sweet potatoes. Hound asked what the hell he was talking about, so 182 suggested they should ask the teacher. Hound naturally got mad. He was already in a bad mood because of what happened to his men. As he clenched his fist, he suddenly dashed incredibly toward 182 and prepared to take his head off with one single punch. Before that could land though, 182 simply got out of the way and clenched two fingers in the hand he was holding the potato with, before hitting Hound squarely in the body. The strike aimed for his organs, and it seemed to have hit well, as Hound was reeling on the ground. Unable to do anything as 182 grabbed the teacher, Hound grabs his head and asks about the teacher. Did he treat him well? Hound grabs the mask he was wearing off, and reveals that 182 is still in limbo. How pathetic. He asks again if he has any fog, and Hound brings him back to his hideout. The one who died in the teacher kidnapping was his second in command, D. Which they had a memorial for, and offered drinks every time. Right next to that, a bunch of his men are breaking each finger on 182's hand, but he doesn't seem to be reacting, or saying anything. They ask if he wants to use his toes as a spoon from now on. If not, he should tell them where that damn teacher is. 182 repeats what he said previously. If they give him some fog, he will speak. One of the torturers wonders how long he can keep this facade of not caring, and tells his friend to break another one. Unfortunately, he already broke all 5, so they have to move on to his toes. The new second in command of Hound, Slick, wonders if that bastard won't just get accustomed to the pain at this point. They really should just give him one fog, as this is a waste of their time. Hound denies that idea, and tells him to never give this bastard any fog. Slick wonders what's so scary about him. There's no way such a skinny runt is scary. Hound asks if he really sees just a scrawny kid. He should look at the depth of his muscles. His body is trained to the absolute extreme. His body fat is probably under 5% at this point. One of his men who is training notes that he's perfectly cut. It's admirable, if anything. Slick believes that it doesn't do him any good. One also needs body fat if they don't want to take big hits. Hound notes that he probably doesn't feel any pain, since he's not reacting at all to the stimulus they are giving him. Slick notes that the other shoulders have begun to move as well. The news that the teacher is in Tofu Village has been spread. If the teacher falls into the hands of another shoulder, they won't have a chance. He thoughtlessly broke the alliance first, before D. even died, no matter how much he thinks about it. Killing Tower was a mistake, too. Hound tells him that it was no mistake. To those who harmed their brothers, only blood awaits. He shouldn't act like a worthless bastard. Slick says that if he thinks about it more, that's what he actually meant. They need to gather fog, as D. would want that, too. He wouldn't want them sulking around here. Suddenly, Hound smashes his fist on the table and grabs his drink, noting that they will never let D.'s death be in vain. For him, they will definitely ascend all at once. He cheers for their fallen brother, and the others do the same. But suddenly, he spits what he was drinking out violently and crouches to the ground. They all gather around him and ask if he is okay, and Hound tells them not to make a fuss, as he was just choking. That's a lie, though. When 182 hit him, he precisely aimed for his ribs and stabbed. He's sure that he hit his damn liver. He throws the crushed-up can at his head and notes that he may fool other people, but not him. What he did back then wasn't luck, but technique, especially in Fogland, where people only trust power from fog and pick fights. That was Krav Maga, wasn't it? And the shoes he's wearing, steel-fitted, was he perhaps a soldier? Eventually, Dante and the others arrive at a gate, and his eyes light up upon seeing it, thinking that this really is the exit. Suddenly though, Rambutan grabs him and tells him to wait a moment, as that thing is being guarded by a watchtower. Dante wonders if there really is someone in that watchtower, but Rambutan says they can't say for certain. Dante notes that if there's someone, maybe he could go alone, but Lichy wonders what he's going to do all alone. Knock on the door, maybe. Suddenly, a head appears out of the ground and notes that they will shoot him. They will start shooting the moment they get close to the door. Lichy understands, but then, they all realize that he wasn't supposed to be here. Dante asks what this is. Is this a sentient sweet potato? When the drill head gets mad again about being called a sweet potato, Dante remembers that he was actually in his class when the incident happened. Rambutan gets in the middle of the two, as he knows that this person is a shoulder. Dante is finding it hard to believe, especially since he has such a shapely head. Suddenly people wearing warning cones appear and put them on the ground on each side, surrounding them. Drillhead dashes from below, introduces himself as the man closest to be the supreme leader. He goes to grab Dante as he needs his knowledge, but that's when Rambutan kicks him squarely in the face, as the teacher is coming with them. Before falling, Drillhead is caught by his men, and as he grabs his face, he asks what he is. Rambutan tells him not to interfere, as he found this person first. Drill can't believe it. He rolled in here like a mangy mutt, and he doesn't even know how to be afraid. He suddenly balances himself like a ballerina, and begins to spin around, the air around him shifting. Dante sees that he's basically doing ballet, but suddenly Drillhead begins to rotate himself in the ground, and approaches them swiftly. He appears right behind Dante, giving him no time to react, but before he can do anything, Rambutan smashes his foot, just as Drillhead escapes. As he drills even more holes, he calls him too slow, and Rambutan still tries to get. Eventually, Drillhead finds an opening and shoves his pointy head straight into Rambutan's back, sending him flying into a wall. Seeing her lover hurt, Lychee screams out with a womanly voice, and the others immediately react. Drillhead reacts too, and one of them takes her jumpsuit off, revealing that she is indeed a woman. As more and more grab her, Dante feels a deep feeling, fear, shame, because this is happening because of him, but suddenly, he feels anger too. He picks up a rock and throws it at one of the men who grabbed Lychee, straight in his head. They are all surprised, including Lychee, but he doesn't stop there. He unleashes a barrage of rocks, hitting even Lychee at one point, who manages to grab his hand before he can throw another and tells him to stop. As Dante comes to, they both run away, and Drillhead notes that the woman is pretty, but as he does this, he looks at Rambutan, gauging his reaction. Suddenly, they both dash in the direction of the two who are running. Unfortunately for Dante, Rambutan grabs Lychee, as Drillhead grabs him and disappears into the ground with him, sealing his fate. Back in his hideout, Hound asks if he's a soldier or special forces. He too used to be the kind of bastard who fought in real battles, before coming to Fogland that is. He gets up and tells Slick to beat that guy within an inch of his life. He wants to see how long he can last without any fog. With that, he disappears, and Slick feels annoyed, and one of them asks if he will do it. If not, maybe they should do it together. Slick tells him to stop talking and notes that Hound has no qualities to be a leader. He's an irresponsible bastard. Should be Hound. The one who will become the supreme leader, he means. If there is lots of fog, anyone can get a chance. For example, Inko is good at drawing. In a way, he also has the qualities to become the supreme leader. Even Bulk, even if he's not smart, he has the potential. Bulk asks about him, and Slick notes that he's felt his IQ rising as of late. A little bit every morning when he wakes up, he realizes how stupid Hound is. Trying to become someone through the logic of strength is getting old now. This is the age of the brain, in this world, that is the power that is needed. Bulk asks what he's going to do. Slick notes that first, he will find out where the teacher is, and he will not share it with Hound. The rest of them will have to decide by themselves who to follow. He stoops over to 182, and asks if he wants this that much. He shows him a bead of fog, noting that he will give it to him. At the same time, Dante lands in the gutters with Drillhead, who looks at him with a rather happy smile on his face. He welcomes him. He is now in his underground kingdom. Slick pops the bead of fog in his mouth, noting that in return for this, he will come under his command and share information about the teacher afterward. He dangles the bead on his tongue, noting that he should think it over, as he doesn't give the same chances twice. As he swallows it, though, 182 instantly appears at his throat, and rips it apart as he grabs the fog from his still swallowing throat. The others barely process this as it happens, and only realize after Slick slumps back, his throat completely gone. They go over to him, trying to see if he's still breathing, but then they begin hearing crack after crack, as 182 dresses his fingers back into position. He looks at them, his eyes glowing like a true demon from below. Down below, Dante wonders if Rambutan and Lychee escaped. They probably did. By now they must have left him behind. Well, they had no other reason to wait for him, so he understands. Whatever, he's cooked anyway. Drillhead looks at him with a happy grin, and asks if he can really make fog. The Tofu Village guys were saying so. The teacher whipped up fog in an instant, and he ate the fog before breaking Tower's neck. Dante wonders how a rumor like that even appeared, and Drillhead asks if it's true. Dante would like to deny it, but seeing what happened the last time he was found useless, he decides to say that it is indeed true. He quickly made a huge fog and swallowed it. The tower fell to his legs like a puppet. Drillhead tells him to stop lying. He is not as dumb as the other bastard. He doesn't believe in the ridiculous superstition that the science teacher can make fog. He's someone who doesn't believe in stupid stuff like that. Dante doesn't know about superstition. If nobody knows how to make fog, then it shouldn't exist in the first place. Drillhead tells him that fog wasn't made by man. One day, suddenly, it just fell from the sky. Dante remembers the story of the meteorite striking this desert. Is that perhaps the source of the fog, the thing that is powering these beasts? Drillhead notes that with 50 years already passing, there are rumors going around that there's not much fog left. Soon, Judgment Day will be upon them. Dante understands now. It's all limited resource then. Drillhead confirms as such. With the little fog left, the prisoners are struggling, but the fog just cycles around. He orders his men to bring him something, which is a dead naked guy. Drillhead explains that it's someone who died after taking fog, and he was wondering, can he separate the fog from his blood? Scientifically, of course, Dante is shocked, and asks what he's talking about. So Drillhead explains it better. He's referring to that 3 days maneuver device thing that spins around. Dante asks if he's talking about a centrifuge, and Drillhead agrees, and notes that people who took a lot of fog have it in their blood, in deep amounts. Dante asks if he just wants him to squeeze out a damn corpse. If it's fog concentration, wouldn't it be better to open his nostrils and breathe in? The fog mist is everywhere after all. Drillhead grabs him by the throat and tells him to stop spouting shit. If that were enough, they wouldn't need the fog. One simply cannot gather air. He has to scrape it together and compress it. Dante suddenly connects the phenomenon to the rising sun. Mist, he realizes, is merely water vapor that has reached its dew point. Since it's fundamentally H2O, it can be harvested through condensation under the right thermal conditions. He explains to Drillhead that with the right equipment, they can trigger this phase change to extract both water and the fog he so desperately wants. Eventually, Hound comes back, noting that they should have breakfast. But he finds his entire hideout in ruin, and all of his men dead. His eyes become bloodshot immediately, and he screams out in pure anger and anguish. At Chow Hall, 182 walks in, his hand extremely inflamed because of the broken bones. He moves through everyone and asks for one thing, water. This server tells him to line up, and the others tell him to line up too, as these are the rules. Suddenly, 182 smashes his broken hand into the service station and asks for water again. He is given said water, and he pulls the potato inside of the cup along with it. He sits there, waiting, staring at it. Meanwhile, Dante actually succeeds in gathering fog water from a piece of cloth. He celebrates, thinking that he is a genius. Now nobody can touch him. 182 continues staring at the potato, but it doesn't grow. It seems he was fooled. So the teacher, he will have to kill him now. Rambutan and Lychee begin asking around. They find an innocent-looking man and tell him that they can escape together. There is definitely a way out of here. The innocent-looking man seems puzzled at first, but then pulls out a combat knife and tells them to get lost. As they walk, Lychee notes that no matter how dumb or naive someone looks, it's still no. In this place, there is nobody who doesn't know about that thing. Rambutan guesses that it's only Dante who does, and she notes that Drillhead's hideout is on the map she made. This is a fog catcher, a device that produces water from air in arid countries or dry regions. The principle is rather simple. Water vapor in the air condenses at the dew point when the temperature drops. At dawn, when the temperature falls, moisture in the fog is captured through a mesh-type net and thus converted into water. If one can replace the net with a breathable insect screen and shape the bottom into a curve to guide due to the collection area, the water gathered will likely contain lots of fog. Drillhead asks what this fog water is, and Dante notes that it's water made from the pure fog of Fogland. Drillhead dips his fingers in and tastes it. The moment he does, his eyes widen as this is fog. They all begin to dance around as they realize that they have obtained infinite fog and throw Dante high in the air, praising him as the teacher. After this, Dante is then dressed appropriately with a makeshift suit and tie. Drillhead notes that he may be a suit guy by nature, but he looks rather different. Does he like the refit? Dante notes that it's made nicely, like a dress shirt, and Drillhead promises that starting today, nobody will lay a finger on him, as clothes tailored this finely are not just for anyone. He welcomes him to their organization and promises to treat him with the highest respect. Dante remembers what he said, that he was the closest to the supreme leader, and also remembers what 182 said, that to get out of here, he has to become the supreme leader. He thinks that through this guy, he can perhaps contact the administration. Drillhead notes that they will hold a grand fog festival today. Thanks to him, they no longer need to conserve it, so they are going to use every bit of fog gathered for his ascension. Dante doesn't react and wonders what that is. Drillhead's men sing and dance around the copious amounts of fog they have gathered, until Drillhead notes that it's enough. Dante is surprised by the amount of fog. Are they about to throw a massive trip party, or what? Drillhead notes that he is the king of the underground, and their king. This is the moment their efforts are finally bearing fruit. With the fog they have saved for so long, he will challenge ascension today. All of his men cheer him on, wanting to see him ascend and finish this. Drillhead looks back at Dante and tells him to watch closely. Watch the true birth of a king. He begins to gorge on the fog, under everyone's gaze. His men continue their ministrations, telling him to ascend, and he continues eating, until there are only a few pieces of fog left, and his belly swells uncontrollably. Seeing nothing happening, Drillhead thinks that today is not the day either. He has consumed tons of fog in his life, but even so, one of his men notes that his talent is so fast that it cannot keep up with his body, so they will keep trying. Suddenly though, they all point and see that his head has grown exponentially. They all begin to cheer again, thinking that he finally ascended, and Drillhead too can feel the universe. He is in the place where all the fog came from. He can see all the truths of the world. As he begins to swell in other places, he says that all of them live in a pale blue hell. Suddenly, he simply bursts open, his vessel not being able to hold in all the fog. The men cheer, as this is a fall, and 182's words ring in Dante's head. Either you ascend, or you fall. He watches on, a face of pure shock as the others cheer. After he fell, a rain of fog is pouring down. This is what he meant by festival, the act of his people eating out of him. Dante can only watch as they eat, and as they begin bursting, proving once and for all, that he is in an entirely different world. The world of Fogland. One of the prisoners who has been storing the fog in his uniform tells everyone to stop. As if they continue eating, they will all die. They cannot eat this much fog at once. He grabs Dante's hand and tells him to stop them, as now he must become their leader. Dante is broken now. He says he doesn't want to, and runs away, screaming that he doesn't want to. But the others begin running toward him, aiming to grab him and take him back. As Dante continues running, he wonders what the hell is even happening. He must be dreaming, right? This has to be a dream. This cannot be real. From the very beginning, something like this simply cannot happen in reality, as he tells himself to wake up again, and again, and again. In front of him, he sees someone familiar, who knows that he told him. He told him so, again and again. Dante recognizes him as his brother, and pleads with him to help him, to get him out of here. To get him back home. But his brother wonders, does he still not get it? It does not matter what he looks like. It's all just a ridiculous mask. A cowardly mask at that. Dante's mind completely shatters as he screams out in pain. This Dante has something called selective prosopagnosia. He does not remember his brother's face. He just thinks of it as a circle. His brother, even when he said the meanest things, his face just kept changing. Sometimes he was an angry person, sometimes a crying woman. And sometimes he even looked like a demon. Thus he thought it would be easier to just see him as a circle. Something empty, and void of any emotion. Suddenly he hears his brother call for him. But as he wakes up, he sees that he is somewhere else, covered in another prisoner's uniform, and laid down rather gently. He looks to his side, and sees Rambutan and Lich, who ask if he is alright. Dante wonders what happened. Was everything that happened all a dream? Lich explains that they were the ones who brought him here. The Drillhead's hideout was actually on the map. They found him in the sewers, lying down, face first, on the ground. Dante asked if they really came to save him. And Lich confirms as such. They agreed to escape together after all. Dante, sensing that this is another opportunity he cannot let pass, apologizes for delaying so much because of him. They should go quickly. Lich tells him it's fine. Rambutan needs to rest too, as they've already moved quite far. She opens the drape of their tent, and lets him see that they are right in front of the wall. They found a place without guard towers this time, as they make a fire in a barrel. She wonders if Drillhead is really dead. And Dante confirms as such. Everyone just went insane. It was chaos in there. What the hell was even that? Rambutan explains that it's called falling. It's death from a fog overdose. He also ate that much too at some point. Dante wonders if that's true. But he tells him he's joking and explains that, as previously stated, the more fog one eats, the more they increase their potential. However, potential also has a limit. And for every person, that limit is different. If one reaches their own limit, they'll just explode. And all the fog they consume throughout their life will just burst out of them. People don't know where their limit is. He must be good at something too, right? But he does not know where his line is. That's how the fog scatters. Everyone waits for someone else's fall. This makes Dante remember what 182 said again. Ascendance, nor falling. There is no other outcome. And falling, it seems, means death. He asks what an ascendance is. Then, is it surpassing the limit? Rambutan explains that it's not about exceeding it. It's a double talent that may emerge in someone who has already reached their maximum gains. Another talent will follow him and worship him, and he becomes the supreme leader. Ascension is extremely rare. Almost everyone just falls. Dante wonders if it's all pointless for a second, telling them to risk their entire lives for something that may not even be achievable by most. Rambutan explains that it's like a legend. One day, a person will appear with an infinite number of talents. They believe he will surpass the laws of this world and free them all. And he will become their god. That is who they call the supreme leader after all. Somewhere else, someone closer to him is listening, his ears taking everything around him. The pigeons that are flying about, the brawler next to him. Some guy taking a piece. He can hear everything. But he can also hear the click of Dante pushing his glasses up his nose. 182 opens his eyes as he finally found him. In the sewers, people who are extremely prepared and wearing gas masks beginning to scoop up the fog from Drillhead. A woman with a bag over her head notes that it's glowing everywhere. Every day it seems, someone just falls. She sees the remnants of Drillhead, seeing how focused the fog was inside of him. He was trying to ascend too, but that's just pathetic. Well, she will have the fog if he can't do anything with it anymore. Suddenly, someone calling her a tourist tells her not to pick up that trash and take this, giving her a bag of refined fog. She is pleased, as this has excellent quality. And the red-haired man asks if they have already found that guy. The woman asks if she is referring to the one-armed one. Well, who really knows? Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. The red-haired man is annoyed that a whole year has passed. And that is all what they can do. The woman notes that to her, this job is rather unprofitable after all. It's an order from Fogland's Operations Bureau, right? The man tells her to stop talking nonsense. But the woman is not pleased. Prices have risen a lot this year. So can he pay a little more? The red-haired man concedes such. If she does bring that one-armed bastard to them, he will give her as much as she would ever want. As morning arrives in the tent, Dante is freezing over. He shouldn't have changed his uniform. That one was much warmer and actually a lot more pleasant as he is freezing his ass off. Near him, the two lovebirds are flirting with each other, draping one of their uniforms over them to hide what they are doing. Dante suddenly sneezes, confirming that he was not sleeping at all. Rambutan asks if he is chilly or whatever, but Dante tells him that everything is fine. This is just a very, very unpleasant morning. They arrive in front of the wall, which is extremely high. But Dante also notices something strange. Are those stains of blood? They look fresh, but he didn't see anything that night. And for some reason, he is getting rather nervous. Dante asks if he can help somehow. And Rambutan confirms as such. He just needs to hold this bag. And also there is something else that's important. Is he a religious man? Dante is confused. But before he can say anything more, Rambutan asks him to read a prayer to them. Dante is confused. A prayer? He doesn't even believe in God. He tells him it doesn't matter. In such desperate situations, everyone prays. They pray for a chance to get out. For them to be able to get out of here, Dante, sensing that he is not lying, notes that he can only say, Our Father. Rambutan is pleased with that. That works, so he should come along, as they are finally getting out of here. With that, they both climbed onto Rambutan, who charges up his legs to the max. He tells Dante to start praying. And he does so, and Rambutan begins the countdown. Slapping his legs into the ground again and again and again to create a lot of pressure. Dante continues praying in and out of his head too. Hoping that it works this time. Suddenly though, an enlarged hand stops Rambutan before he can even get 2 feet off the ground and puts them all back into the dirt. They all recoil from the fall. Rambutan takes the worst of it. And as Leitch tells him to get a hold of himself, Dante sees 182 charging at them, who seems more mad than ever. Dante asks, How? How did he get here? 182 is furious. As he lied to him, now he will die. He continues swinging his very swollen arm around. And Dante runs away, asking why. Before 182 can get to him, Rambutan grabs him swiftly and begins running away with both of them. Leech doesn't understand. Why did he come here and attack? He should just hit him and jump over the wall already. However, no matter how fast Rambutan runs, 182 is just keeping up with him. Does this bastard perhaps have a talent for running? 182 comes face to face with Dante and tells him to stop running, or he will break one of his legs. Dante explains that he is not the one running, but why is he clinging to him anyway? Suddenly, 182 trips Rambutan, causing them to fall all over again and skid across the dirty ground. As Dante recovers, 182 stands above him, saying that he means business. Dante tells him to just calm down. What did he even lie about? He told him how to grow sweet potatoes, right? 182 notes that he did all he said to do. He gave it water and sunlight, but it did not work. Dante is confused. He looks at his watch, which miraculously he still has, and notes that it's been about 1 day. How could it even grow so fast? 182 notes that he is just wasting his time, but Dante grabs his head, telling him that he is not. Everything needs time to grow. Is that not obvious? He needs at least a week to know whether or not it will even grow or not. 182 just accepts that and asks where he is going. Dante dusts himself off and knows that he told him already. He was leaving. He doesn't need him anymore, right? 182 looks around and asks if it's because of those two people. Dante asks what he is talking about, and tells him not to touch them, no matter what. He already told him what he needed to know. He was about to go home. 182 just looks into his eyes and asks if he really wants to die. He said he wanted to leave, and for them he is ready to die. Rambutan immediately screamed at him to shut up. He thinks they have just finished talking, right? So why doesn't he leave and stop bothering them? He tells Dante to come to them to forget about this guy, but Dante, for some reason, feels extremely uneasy. He asks what 182 is talking about, but Rambutan grabs his arm, dismissing it as just some nonsense of a guy whose brain is already melting. They do not have time anyway, so they should just go now while they still can. Suddenly, Lychee tells him to just grab him and start running. Dante tells him to wait, as he still hasn't gotten his answer, but Rambutan tells him to pray faster. Or does he no longer want to get out of here? Dante does so desperately, but this is a titan. Rambutan uses his power to jump high and mighty, but Dante still cannot get over his bad feeling. He remembers everything that they did, how they saved him countless times. He likes them. They decided to go home together. They care about him, right? Suddenly, though, Rambutan makes space between them and puts his foot on Dante's chest, apologizing for what he's about to do. Suddenly, he throws Dante away, and he falls over first, almost touching the bloody fence. Rambutan gave him a bag, too, and that bag was actually full, with refined fog to the brim. The people checking, or the Guardian notes, that it moved about 30 centimeters. It seems that someone tried to escape again, right? Suddenly, though, the Guardian just disappears from their view. It seems like someone is trying to escape again. Unfortunately, Dante was the Guardian's target. Left to get out of this situation alone, he has been betrayed. In the past, when Lychee was cataloging the entire prison, they stood in front of the Guardian and told Rambutan not to touch it, as that thing is dangerous. It looks like a gargoyle, like some sort of statue. As long as no one crosses the wall, it just won't move. So it really is alive, right? He does not believe this thing can stop them from escaping, though, although he heard stories. Lychee explained that they said it was a creature that came together with the fog. Some say it's a protective device made by the government to prevent fog leakage. It's like a tool to prevent all fog from escaping this place. Fog on the human body, the fog they breathe, all of it. They don't want that fog to disappear, so they keep blocking it. Rambutan asks if that meant it could think, and Lychee thought so. It can sense fog anyway. It can immediately know who is thinking of escaping. As long as the gargoyle is here, they will never be able to leave this place. The more they desire freedom, the more she dreams of the outside world and sunlight, the more the despair inside of her grows. It's an endless cycle, and she can't take any more of it. Rambutan grabbed her hand and told her that it won't be like that. There must be another way for them. He already promised her that she would be getting out of here, so she should put her trust in him. If it's for her, he can do anything, no matter how hard it is. Rambutan steps on the wall and looks behind to see that the gargoyle has completely swallowed Dante. Along with all of the fog, his face is one of pure vindication. It worked. The fog in his bag, and those stupid prayers he said. The gargoyle thinks Dante is the one who escaped with the fog. This is the moment to get out of here. He immediately falls over the other side, and lands roughly, where the sun basks on the golden sands around the prison. He can't believe it's sunlight after all these years. They made it. They are free. He calls over Lychee, but when he looks behind him, he sees that her head is completely removed. The only thing left behind is a stump where her head should be. He looks over at the crunching noise nearby, and sees that another guardian has appeared. One who is standing on one leg, and he seems to be chewing on something that is actually Lychee's head. He can only watch as the gargoyle continues crumbling it, until the beast crushes it in its jaws. With the fury of a man who just lost his lover, he rushes in and tries to crash his foot into the gargoyle. But before he can do anything, the gargoyle just breathes in, and lets out a fiery blast of fog, completely overtaking Rambutan, and making him unable to do anything. The gargoyle who ate Dante steps over the wall. 182 calls Dante an idiot as he had told him he can never leave this place. He looks at his broken arm and then rushes in on the guardian, using it to punch its jaw so hard that it actually starts to shatter, confusing the gargoyle too. He lets out a piercing fog strike, but 182 got out of its way at the last second, and calls him extremely annoying. He punches the gargoyle's teeth and jaw again and again and again, telling it to break already, and eventually it actually does, revealing that Dante was actually still alive. He is sobbing like a baby. He begs 182 to save him, as he knows he was wrong. He just wants to live. 182 offers him his broken hand, and he pulls him out of the gargoyle's jaws, landing roughly with him on the ground. Dante immediately grabs his hand, noting that he thought he was going to die. He thought he came here to kill him, but why are they all acting so like this? Why does he have to even go through something like this? 182 just tells him to open his eyes and say that he does not want to go anywhere anymore. As he does, Dante immediately sees the gargoyle above them, and he becomes afraid once again. He asks what that is. It's a monster. A thing. They should just run and get out of here as fast as they can. 182 just pins his head to the ground and notes that he should tell the gargoyle that he will never leave again. He told him many times before that there is no way out of here, and he was not lying. He should hurry up and say it if he still wants to live. Dante grits his teeth but resigns to his fate and promises the gargoyle that he will never leave again. 182 looks into the gargoyle's eyes, and since it detects no malice or deceit from the both of them, it simply vanishes. Dante gets up and asks what kind of creature that is. Was that just an illusion? He also asks about Rambutan and Lychee. That couple. Where are they? Did they manage to escape after all? 182 tells him that they died. What he saw was not just a simple illusion. Anyone who tries to escape this land will die, no matter how strong they are, no matter how much they love each other. No one can defeat the Hollow One. Inside the prison, the girl with the bag over her head from before is interrogating Bone Eater. He is a cannibal, right? That's a terrifying name for him too, so he really eats people. Or is it just a cool name to scare off anyone who might steal his fog? Bone Eater notes that if she really wants to find out, they can try it. He is rather curious as to what she tastes like. The girl tells him to put that away, and she didn't consent to it. But Bone Eater knows that she really is soft. He can tell just by touching her a bit. She looks rather tasty, doesn't she? Anyway, she is rather brave to come here. What business did she come on anyway? The girl pulls out a photo and notes that she is actually here to help to find someone. This man. His prisoner number is 182. His height is 182 centimeters. And he has 2 moles on the right side of his face. And he also is missing his right arm. Bone Eater grabs the photo with his tongue and puts it to his face, noting that he looks extremely delicious. Can he eat him? The woman sighs. If he likes him that much, then what else can she do? Bone Eater laughs, as she really does know him very well. Who is she really? The woman thinks a bit about it, and eventually notes that she is the same as them, isn't she? Bone Eater finds her rather good at talking. He has never met anyone like her, if he is honest. The girl notes that it's not ridiculous to say it all. He is just a village kid from around here after all. She is living in a region where only the strong survive. She is a senior of District A. After the gargoyle goes back to its resting place, the guys who are measuring how much it moved are shocked, because when they look at the gargoyles, they see that they are broken. How can that be? Why are they even broken? The bald guy wonders if the golem is injured, but can something like that even happen? Suddenly, a man by the name of Baba Yaga notes that this is an omen, and begins laughing. They are all shocked, as it's already been 5 years since he last talked. Baba Yaga continues, noting that this is a huge omen. A crack has appeared on the chains that keep them bound here. Immediately they know that this is a prophecy, something that happens maybe once every 5 years. So they should write it down, or remember it while they still can. He notes that the bird has taken flight. That day, the day of their liberation, is fast approaching. Dante asks 182 about those things. He called him a hollow one, right? Did it kill Lightsey and Rambaden too? 182 notes that it wasn't just him, there was another one. There isn't just one of these things after all. It's something that haunts those who try to leave Fogland and kills them. Dante is shocked, and he still doesn't want to believe it. And Lightsey and Rambaden never said anything about it either. 182 notes that they just lied to him. But Dante finds that even harder to believe. Does going outside mean death by a monster? Why and how? Something like that exists, and the outside world doesn't even know about it. 182 tells him to stop fooling around. He already saw it with his own eyes. If he crosses the wall, he dies. There is no way out of here, he told him previously. Dante immediately falls to his knees and says that it's a lie. It's impossible, simply cannot be. In response, 182 just socks him. Now he already told him to shut up. As they get some food to eat, Dante doesn't touch it. He is only thinking about the hollow one. It's a monster that can prevent escape. It must be some kind of prison security system. Perhaps something that causes hallucinations. Or maybe some sort of intricate machine. Whatever it is, it must be a system strong enough to trap. These are not ordinary inmates. He thinks about what happened to him. At the end of the day, he was just bait. He grips his forearm tightly, as that was extremely close. However, he was the foolish one. They were a couple standing at a threshold between life and death. There was no time to worry about strangers from the very beginning. Everything was wrong because he was so obsessed with escaping, with getting out of here. He did not think clearly. Why did this guy even save him? What could he be hiding? This time it wasn't because of a sweet potato, nor because of the clothes. Not even because of knowing about Fog. Even in the past, he took care of him. This guy, is he really just a good person? Even though he said some crude things to him. Even though he treated him like a bastard. Like he was not human. Why is he kind? However, seeing how he is balancing his fork on his broken arm, Dante asks why it is like that, and 182 immediately hides it behind him. Noting that he is fine, Dante doesn't buy that for a minute and comes closer. Asking what it is. It's swelling. It's even bigger than before. They have to go to a hospital. He can't just keep it like this. 182 tells him to leave him alone. It's fine, it's just fractured. Dante knows that, even if that was the case. Swelling like this is just not normal. Does it hurt? 182 denies it, but when Dante grabs it, he winces from pain. Meaning that he is just enduring it. With this in mind, Dante grabs some discarded cloth and makes him a bandage to put over it. 182 is immediately annoyed and tells him to take it off, but Dante tells him it's only a temporary measure. If he moves it, it will hurt even more. 182 tells him to take it off. As he needs to eat, but Dante tells him he couldn't eat even with it off. He really does not understand how serious this is, huh? If he does not get treated, his arm will likely be useless forever. Does he really think he can survive here with just his legs? Right now, they are just two weak idiots just brushing against each other. If they run into a thug outside, they will probably die before they even realize it. 182 suggests that they go to the hospital. Dante asks if there really is a hospital here, which 182 confirms it has a doctor and staff too. It looks like a hospital anyway. Dante immediately asks where that doctor is. As this is vital information, but 182 doesn't know. Making Dante wonder if that guy even exists in the first place. 182 explains that he's actually fought with a doctor before. He thinks it was somewhere in Zone O. Dante notes that this place is much bigger than it looked. He saw those two drawings on the map, which was already too big for a normal prison. That's when his mind locks on the map, as he still has the bag from before. The bag they carried around with them. He begins rummaging through it. And sure enough, he finds the map safe and sound among the remnants of the fog they were carrying. This is the Holy Grail. They found their salvation. As he begins putting it in place, he thinks that his mother, who was a devout Catholic, always said that everything happened for a reason. He does not believe in God like she does, but he does agree with that sentiment. If one can stand up after falling, then every failure and adversity becomes just a great legacy. A footnote in the successful story of one's life. Sure enough, he finds the hospital circled on the map, and not only that, but there is also all kinds of information on this map, vital information about the entire structure of this place. It looks like a giant pizza, and it seems they only drew about 4 zones, right? He wonders if there is some sort of headquarters that controls everything in the middle, but the map is cut at the center. Suddenly though, as he feels its ridges, he sees that it's not actually cut, it's folded. And it has a hidden compartment beneath. As he pulls it out, he sees that the command center is drawn to Fog HQ. There really is a center right in the middle. There is a general headquarters. He screams at 182. Noting that he has a plan, as they are going to the center. But 182 is doing his best vent fold yet, having taken some of the fog. A true master at work, somewhere else. At a rather well-known information broker, he keeps counting his fog like a drug dealer. Noting that lately, he has been earning quite a hefty sum. If he gets lucky, he will find that one armed bastard quickly. But he has really spiced up the atmosphere it seems, as everyone seems to be talking about him. This is the information broker Kasim. A note says they have visitors. Customers. And Kasim tells them to let them in. But the Guardian doesn't know about that just yet, before he can say anything more. Bone Eater leans into the frame of the door and steps inside, standing above Kasim like an executioner. He is shocked. This guy is the real deal. What keeps his gluttony in check? His monstrous body. This is the most dangerous guy among the thugs of Zone O. He hardly ever appears. He just knows about him from passing. Kasim asks what he can do for him. And Bone Eater takes out a photo of 182, which Kasim immediately recognizes. Isn't this guy the one Bloodhound was looking for too, judging by his expression? Bone Eater guesses that he saw him before, right? Kasim smiles. As this might be a double request, such good luck. He will get double the payment for the same job. He explains that he looked into him already. That information has competition, so how much is he willing to pay? Bone Eater notes that his life should be worth enough, right? Or does he think it's not worth anything at all? Kasim laughs with a slight tremor in his voice. What is he saying? That's rather boring. Doesn't he know that attacking an informant is against the rules of the underworld? Suddenly though, Bone Eater gets distracted by that ear of his. He just wants a little taste of that big ear of his, after he is done eating his ear. He knows that it was simply delicious. It is warm. Like the taste of the sea, perhaps he comes from there. As the guards fall over, Kasim wonders what to do. Bone Eater tells him to find that bastard right now, or he will start craving that flavor of his again and again. Until there will be nothing left of him but bones to make soup out of. That night, Dante begins walking away with 182, with him also having a very strange-looking mask on. 182 asks what he is doing, and Dante notes that there's a saying. If one wants to hide a tree, they should do so in a forest. Basically, he is acting as a prisoner. So he doesn't stand out like in the past. His ragged breathing causes 182 to get mad. As it's annoying, and he is also walking slowly. So he kicks him in the back. He's also not going anywhere because he is hungry. Dante asks what he even means by that. Did they not make a plan to go fix his arm? 182 is more concerned about the 2 cafeterias they passed. He wants food. Dante can't believe a grown adult like him is making such a fuss over food. He told him before. The cafeteria is dangerous. There are too many people watching. In the past, if he was hungry, he ate. If he felt tired, he slept. And if someone picked a fight, well, he fought. Those times, however, are over now. Ever since his arm got wrecked, he cannot fight anymore. And he cannot stop either. Dante reaffirms to himself what he initially thought. Now, there is a cliff at their backs. Any further retreat means nothing but death, so they will continue moving forward. No matter how weird he looks while doing it. At the information broker kiosk, Kasim begins thinking hard. The prison registry is a masterpiece created through the cooperation of all information brokers in all areas. In line with the Fogland system that reissues dead prisoners' numbers to new prisoners, it has continued to update to this day. Without any signs of stopping, however. The last record of the number 182 is just one death. For a full 22 years after that, number 182 has never been reissued. Just who the hell is this bastard? One of the guards notes that maybe he just picked up a dead guy's number tag. There are plenty of them anyway, guys who steal rare number tags he means. Qasim thinks that's too easy, as Hound said. That guy was in a class of his own. The fact that he was issued a brand new uniform confirms that the prisoner number is actually real. The guard is confused. Even if he didn't die, how is he so insanely youthful? Qasim thinks that can't be true, and a guard suggests he might have gained the youth talent. If not, the registry just hasn't updated maybe. Qasim thinks that's impossible. It's been 22 whole years. That's long enough for it to reach the ears of the many information brokers around here. This means it was deliberately hidden. The only ones who could do something like this would be the Administration Bureau, and they alone. Eventually Dante and 182 arrive at the Dumpling Village, the village where the hospital resides. Dante asks 182 if he remembers anything about this village, but he doesn't really. He just remembers it's not Tofu Village. Dante is pleased to hear that. As finally they are out of that hellish place, they walked quite far though. 182 tells him not to get too excited, there are a lot of strong people here. The deeper he goes inside, the more of these people he finds. As they walk in, they see that the atmosphere is pretty chill. Considering this is a prison, it seems like a normal night market you would find in a city. Dante notices the change in atmosphere too. There are shops around. There's electricity too. It seems to have an economic system in place. And there are tons of people, much more than the Tofu Village. After analyzing the map, all of these villages were under the control of the shoulders. But for some reason the shoulder that controls this village, the Dumpling Village, is not listed. Even so, they cannot relax. The more ignorant the territory, the more cautious they have to be. He tries to tell 182 that they should duck under an alley and assess what they should do next. But 182 is already at a shop asking for food. The shop owner tells him that for one dumpling, he has to give 10 fog milligrams, but 182 notes he doesn't have any. Immediately, a crash breaks out as the shop owner throws 182, claiming that he is a thief, and the others gather around, finding it crazy that someone tried to rob the original famous shop of this village. Dante cannot believe this situation. They are accusing them of being thieves, but they did no such thing. 182 tells him to hand over the dumplings, making Dante lose all hope. And the shop owner asks if he wants the dumplings, that carry the soul and history of Dumpling Village for free. Does he really think dumplings are a joke? Does he want to die? Immediately, Dante puts a hand over 182's mouth and apologizes on his behalf prominently. The shop owner takes his meat cleaver and asks who he is. Dante explains that they are not thieves. This is his younger brother. And he is extremely sick and mentally ill too. The shop owner finds these words deceitful. He is basically saying he is something other than a thief. They are even wearing suspicious masks. In their village, evildoers are not allowed to enter, so they will be executed on the spot. Dante looks at the people around him, but suddenly, before anything can happen, someone else comes. And everyone stares at him. This is the elder Mongol dumpling who has a well dumpling for heaven. He approaches Dante, noting that his brother is sick and sees that his arm is injured too. The shop owner claims that this guy, the one with the injury, tried to steal the Mongol dumplings. But Mongol tells him that he doesn't even have a hand to steal with. Did he try to grab one with his toes? He tells the two to follow, as he will treat them to some food. As they sit down and begin eating, Mongol asks why they wear such vicious-looking masks. Masks like that would only make them more suspicious. But he will apologize on behalf of that shop owner. As they are just keeping the village safe and as wholesome as possible, the people around here are just eating and selling dumplings. Dante apologizes for the commotion they didn't really want to cause. Mongol asks how the dumplings taste. Dante is impressed by how savory they are. How does he even get ingredients in a place like this to create such things? When Mongol explains that they procured the leftovers from the cafeteria slop, he immediately throws what he was eating out of his mouth and begins putting the rest of the dumplings in 182's mouth. who was eagerly waiting all of this time. Dante notes that they really don't like to waste food around here, huh? And Mongol confirms as such. These dumb things are their village's pride. People come here from all over in search of them. Of course some come for other reasons too. Like to find the hospital. It seems that they came here looking for the hospital too, didn't they? If that is the case, they should stop right here. He shows his forearm, which has been scarred to all hell. And claims that the place they are looking for is no longer a hospital. That's the Demon King's castle. That is what they call it, a place far worse than the prison they reside in. As 182 continues eating the dumplings, Dante asks what he means by the Demon King's castle. Mongol explains that there is an extremely dangerous entity living inside of that place. There is a lot of history there about Uruk. And that wall that was also caused by that entity. It is best that they do not go anywhere near it. Dante asks if he means that there are leaders of gangs around there, and Mongol explains it's not on that level. It's entirely different. Even getting close to that place is impossible. Dante is confused and asks, what about the doctor who is there? Is there no one there to help? They really need to see a doctor. No matter what, Mongol turns around and explains that there is no doctor there. As far as he knows, the Demon King is out there. And he hopes that when morning comes, they too will leave immediately. He will arrange for them to stay one night. And as that place is no longer a hospital, he strongly advises them to not pursue it further. Sure enough, Mongol gives them a room. But Dante wonders what he even meant by that. What the hell happened here? Did that Demon King guy kill all the doctors? He asks 182. When was the last time he saw the doctor? 182 notes. It's been a long time. Dante knew that already. He meant exactly how long ago. Does he know any more details? Like what was the hospital like when he went there? Was the situation back there still the same? 182 begins remembering a few things. He was missing an arm. He was hungry, and he was dizzy too. So he went to the hospital to get treated. There was a doctor there who approached him as he entered the gates. He just told him to heal his arm and looked at him. Dante is a little confused. Did he really just say that? And then what did the doctor say? 182 continues remembering, and explained that he said the arm could not be attached right away. What was the idea? That's basically what he said. So he hit him, then he hit him back. And he hit him again. Dante becomes increasingly worried. As he hears this and asks if he didn't just kill the doctor, which 182 did not. Dante is pleased. He basically taught him a moderate lesson. Whatever, so that guy still has to be there, right? 182 says that's wrong. He was the one who was taught a lesson. Now that he remembers, he will just go back there to hit him back. As he has to hit him, Dante tells him to stop. Who the hell is he going to hit with that arm of his? They don't even know if the doctor is alive or dead right now. Besides, the village chief already said it. The hospital no longer has a doctor. 182 scoffs as he heard it. Coming from the hospital, that doctor's voice. He still is there, although he doesn't know in what capacity. With this in mind, the next day they go to the hospital. Which is exactly as described. There is blood everywhere. And corpses, old and new, are scattered along the walls. It seems that the dumpling elder really was right. This place no longer seems to be a hospital. Dante grabs 182's attention. And asks if he really is sure the doctor is here, and 182 repeats again that he heard his voice. So he should shut up and follow. With this, Dante has realized another ability of 182. He has absurdly sharp hearing. He can hear with incredible clarity. Last night, when he asked what he heard specifically and from where, 182 replicated a whistling noise. But Dante wondered if that really was the doctor's voice. He asked if that was some kind of special talent he had. Something like an abnormal sensitive hearing. 182 doesn't know. He doesn't have anything like that weird talent, and such. Dante refused to believe that he wouldn't be lying to him, right? Or can he hear sounds that others can't hear? Is that why he always tells him there's noise? He should say it, if he really has an ability like that. It would definitely help them a lot, since 182 continued to refuse. Dante covered his mouth and murmured something extremely quietly, but 182 heard it. And immediately kicked him. He barely moved his lips at the time. He practically didn't even make a sound, and yet he heard it. It's clear that he really does have sharp hearing. If that is the case, then this place right now, is it the Demon King's castle he heard about? Or the hospital 182 remembers? Well, there is no other choice but to see it with their eyes right, before they enter. He pulls 182 away, and they both look at the main entrance of the hospital. He asks him if he's heard anyone talking inside. 182 denies such. And Dante then asks if he remembers the plan he told him. If he does, he should repeat it. 182 repeats that they will knock on the door and hide as fast as possible. If the one who comes out is not a doctor, they will find the weapon and run away. Dante is pleased he remembered that much, and told him to go. This is the plan, hit the bell and run. Besides the fact that 182 has very sharp hearing, he also runs as fast as Rambatten. Maybe even faster, if 182 goes up there. They can safely check the situation inside the hospital. Sure enough, 182 taps the main entrance with his foot a few times, and then immediately runs back. Only to fall right next to Dante. As they wait, they see that nobody is coming out. Dante asks 182 if there's nobody inside. If he hears anything from the inside, which he denies. So Dante thinks they should try again. He has to knock harder this time though. 182 does the same thing, but still there is complete and utter silence. Dante wonders what the hell could be happening inside, and asks if he still hears the voice of the doctor he mentioned before. 182 notes that he should try again and begins running towards the door, but as soon as he taps the glass again, he bursts forth, completely shattering the entrance. He calls out for 182, and tells him to get out of there quickly. But before he can, he is thrown away by someone, making him tumble across the walkway. Dante is shocked, and looks at the entrance, wondering if it's the Demon King. But suddenly, through it comes out someone rolling a pair of surgical scissors around his finger. He calls them rude, asking why they are even bothering him so much. Do they not know how to knock gently? 182 notes that he is a doctor, making the doctor rather confused. Did he come here to see a doctor or something? 182 confirms as such, and tells him to fix this arm. The doctor gets annoyed, and tells him that he will give him 3 seconds to get out of his face. At the same time, and try to look as pitiful as possible. The doctor hooks one of his fingers in 182's mask and asks if he brought any fog with him to pay, or does he think he deserves to be treated like a human? Trash criminals like him dare to think something like that. 182 notes that he is a doctor, but the doctor asks what that has to do with anything. Does being a doctor mean that he has to heal injured people for nothing? Suddenly, 182 tries to kick him in the guts, shocking Dante, but he knew this was coming. Before the strike could hit though, the doctor managed to catch it, and as he previously thought, this is how people like him behave, isn't it? Like a bunch of ill-mannered idiots, he tries to kick him instead, completely shattering the pillar behind him and making Dante tumble away. The doctor is impressed that he managed to dodge that. Not bad for someone with one arm. Suddenly 182 spins on that one bad arm and kicks the doctor away, but the doctor manages to catch his leg, and note that he's pretty good at putting up such a tough act. Seeing that leg as leverage, he pummels him into the ground, and Dante is knocked out by that previous blast. The doctor wonders what he will do now, since one of his legs is useless too. He is now a one-legged bastard. He probably can't even survive outside of the hospital anymore. Suddenly though, 182 hooks his leg around his head, and grabs and bites his arm, but this was not something done out of desperation. The doctor can see that he was actually aiming for his thumb flexor muscle. This has just gotten extremely interesting. Before 182 can do anything more, the doctor hits him, one time in the neck, one time in the leg, one time in the waist, and another hit at his side. All done with his precise scissors. 182 stumbles back, landing on one knee, but the doctor claims it's over. He hit the pectoral muscle, the internal oblique, the lumbar muscle, and the peroneus longus. Almost immediately, 182 falls down, as those tendons have been cut like this. Now he understands. He twirls the surgical scissors in his hand, and hovers over 182, noting that when he gave him those 3 seconds, he really should have left before something can happen. Though Dante crashes into 182, and screams at him to stop, he should calm down, as they did not even come here to start a fight. They came here to see the doctor. The doctor asks who he is hiding and sneaking around like a bug. Dante knows that he is no coward, he just wasn't sure this really was a hospital, so the doctor asks why they are even looking for a hospital. They should just leave their trash lives and drop dead already. Either way, they are going to die naturally, aren't they? Dante exploits his hate for prisoners and claims that he is not a prisoner. He should look at his eyes. He has never used fog. He is a 100% normal human. The doctor is confused. How is a normal person like him in this place? Dante explains that there was a prisoner education program here. He is a teacher participating in that program, or was participating. There was a riot that got violent, and so he got stuck here. He begs him. They really need his help. The doctor laughs. A private prisoner education program, huh? That's really interesting. Dante gets up and tells him that he is really telling the truth. He should look at this tie. This is a Stefano Ricci. He knows it too, right? It's a top custom quality brand from Italy, and these pants are too. How does a prisoner have stuff like this? The doctor asks what he would even need help with, so Dante notes that first, he wants him to call the management office for him, and if possible to treat the guy behind him too. The doctor asks if this person is a teacher too, and Dante decides to lie, noting that he is actually a PE teacher. He looks the part, doesn't he? Back at Kasim's office, all the cannibals from Bone Eater's posse have gathered and Bone Eater walks inside, noting that the promised day has finally come. It is time for him to spill everything he has found out. Kasim notes that they never set a specific date, but Bone Eater actually did. When he missed the taste of him, that's when he would come back. That's what he said, knowing this guy means business. Kasim immediately explains that it's Tofu Village. There is a witness in Tofu Village of the person he wants to find out about. Immediately, Bone Eater's face lights up with glee, and he runs out. One of the guards asks if what he did is really okay. This is high-level intel that Hound is looking for, and is he really just going to give it away to him? Kasim asks what the alternative was. The guard knows that they should have thought about it a little if he touches him. Will the other big shots just stay quiet, especially since he is the only fog distributor in Zone O? Kasim asks if he heard that rumble in his stomach. Sometimes they just need to act on instinct. They really do not know what kind of person he is. There is an unwritten rule among the big shots and the boundary of management. Bone Eater doesn't care about anything like that. What drives him? It is only hunger and the joy of tasting human flesh. The doctor takes Dante and 182 inside, with Dante looking around everywhere. He sees how old this place looks. It's like an abandoned house that is rotting away. Such a decayed place. Is this really a hospital? Just what kind of monstrous thing did they build here? Eventually the doctor comes inside and explains that the wounds 182 has aren't that serious. They just need to treat them so he recovers like before, right? Dante gets up, noting that he forgot to introduce himself, and he does so, extending a hand. The doctor tells him to not touch his hands, as they will get infected, and introduces himself as Relin. That is his name anyway. He also wants to know the name of the patient waiting on the table. Dante doesn't really want to say his prisoner number as well. He said he was a PE teacher, so he decides to name him David. Yeah, his name is David. Relin wonders if he really is a physical education teacher, because he speaks rather aggressively and looks a bit wild. Dante changes the subject, noting that he heard some pretty strange rumors about this place. Something like there being a demon king hidden in here. Also, this hospital looks far too run down. Did some kind of incident happen here? Relin sighs and notes that something did happen in this place, and because of it he has no choice but to reject the request to contact the administration office. Because his situation here is no different than his. Even though he himself is being held in this place against his will, Dante tells him to wait a minute. What does he mean that he is trapped here? Does he not work for the administrative office? Relin confirms that he does belong to the administrative office, but he is misunderstanding the situation. He was also assigned here for a mission, probably around 4 years ago already. He came here to practice his surgical skills. At the time, a lot of people came, including interns like him, and also doctors transferred from other departments. But not long after, all of them had died because of a lunatic who suddenly lost control. The only one who survived is him. Dante asks what happened after that. Didn't they try to rescue him at all? Relin faces him and asks if they had tried to rescue him. Did he think he would have been trapped in this hell for 4 years? Dante heard that, because the fog was too thick. Rescue efforts became difficult, but Relin is confused because of the fog. It seems that he still hasn't realized it. The ones who truly belong to the administrative office are those people. The ones who kept wearing masks and moving around here like nothing ever happened. It's not that they could not find him. It's that they are deliberately abandoning them here to be slain and used. Dante decides to wait outside the operating room and thinks that Relin really is right. From the start, the fog was already covering everything extremely quickly. They have no protective equipment. Everyone who was there back then had inhaled the fog. He never saw any N95 masks, though. What those soldiers used were simple, ordinary masks. Then, who were they really? Were they people from the administrative office? The old guards who had previously died in that classroom? Were they deceived too? Why did they even bring him here? They said a teacher was missing. They needed someone truly competent, someone who could adapt and start over in any situation. He remembers when he first got that offer. He got it from William Cox in the International Alliance, Creator Administrative Officer. As the leader of the special team, he personally came here to see him. He apologized, suddenly visiting without prior notice, but Dante said it was fine. Why would someone from the International Alliance want to see him, though? William noted that this place seems simpler than he not from the famous Dr. Kong family. His family has been known for its wealth for quite some time. Dante explained that it is true, but that was a fortune he did not create, and has been living independently for a long time. Or did he come here because of something related to his parents? William said it's not because of that. The target subject is him, the one who refused to continue his father's research career, and chose the path of being a teacher to educate young children. Dante scratched the back of his head, noting that this was true, yes, but suddenly William began applauding him. That really is an admirable act. Even with all those opportunities and favorable conditions, he gave them up to follow his own ideal, even with such an exceptional genetic code. He put a file on his table, noting that he is the ideal model they have been looking for. Is he interested in the job they are about to propose to him? Dante looked at a file, International Law Enforcement Agency Creator Detention Office Prisoner Education Project. William explained in more detail, the IPAX is the International Alliance of the Penitentiary Systems. They wanted to invite him to take charge of a long-term educational project there. Dante asked if by penitentiary he meant jail, and William confirmed as such, because a prison is a place where hope and dreams hardly survive. That is why they truly need someone talented and open-minded like him. Dante wondered why he was praising him so much. He doesn't think this job is beneath his background. William notes that this is exactly the quality they truly value. It is really the style of the Dante he knows. He knows he is an extraordinary person capable of awakening sparks of hope, whether that place is a paradise or a living hell on earth. Relin tells 182 that there is no anesthesia here. He probably saw the current state of the hospital. Will he be able to endure it without that? 182 said it's fine, so Relin got to work. In exchange for not having any anesthesia, the injured areas will be treated completely in one go. He suddenly put a scalpel into 182, and his eyes narrowed deeply as he made the first cut. Immediately, his hand began to move like a painter's, cutting and weaving through flesh, and reconnecting broken tendons all at once, making this entire exchange less than just a few short seconds. In a minute, he completely ties 182 up. The neck muscles, the abdominal muscles, the thigh abductor muscles, and the calf muscles, they have all been reconnected. It seems that he didn't even pass out and didn't even scream. Actually, that was rather impressive of him. Finally, he said his arm was broken, right? It does appear to be quite swollen. The X-ray equipment broke down a long time ago, so to check, he will open it up directly. He should open his mouth wide and clench his teeth. If the pain is too much, he should just endure it. Relin begins cutting into his arm, but after opening it up, he sees that the bones really are shattered. After the injury, it seems like he also suffered some kind of strong impact. What the hell did he do to end up like this? He decides to first check the condition of the soft tissue, so he should start by pulling away the bone fragments. But as he pulls one, something locks it back in. Upon a more careful look, he sees that the bone fragments are sticking back on the bone. Wait, that's not it. Those fragments automatically return to their original position, like they are turning back time. He pulls off his medical mask with rage, and immediately storms out of the operating room. Hearing 182, he faces Dante, angry as all hell, and asks if he is tired of living. He has some damn nerve. How dare he trick him into making him treat one of these prisoners? As Dante watched as he walked away, he asked what he was doing, and Relin explained that he was going to throw this damn thing away. Dante wondered why he was doing something like this. Could 182 let it slip that he was a prisoner? No, he can't even speak right now. Or maybe he recognized that 182 had been here before. Relin tells him to stop. How could such a thing be? A PE teacher. He knows what fog does to people, and a tumor this big doesn't grow in just a few short years. Sure enough, he throws 182 on the ground, and Dante asks what kind of crazy stunt he thinks he's pulling. No matter what, a doctor shouldn't do that to a patient. That's just going too far. Relin suddenly grabs his collar and asks who the hell he is. Is he a teacher, or was he lying about that too? Dante confirms that he was a teacher, so Relin asks why he has a prisoner with him. Dante explains that he has gotten him out of many things before, so he is someone he can trust. Relin lets out a sorrowful laugh, noting that he still must not have experienced how terrifying this place is. Has he really gone crazy? Dante already knows what kind of place this is. That is why he has to choose more carefully and figure out who can be trusted. He can't do anything on his own. He needs help too. Is he planning to hide here for the rest of his life? Relin lets him go, and explains that this is exactly what he was planning to do. All the guards, all the prisoners, he doesn't trust any of them. He should pick a path too, better than wandering outside and dying in the gutter. He should stay here. If he does want to stay, he can let him hide out here too. He will guarantee his safety, but not that prisoner. He will never, never, never let him inside. As Dante looks at 182, he remembers a stark memory from his childhood. As he was trying to pick up a dying bird, his brother kicked it away, telling him to think logically. How much would he keep crying over something that was already dead? Because of this, Dante picked up 182, and they are now leaving, but he is getting increasingly tired. He wonders how he even got himself caught up in something like this. Couldn't he have stayed still while being treated? 182 tells him that he didn't do anything. Dante tells him to stop spitting on him, and notes that a doctor wouldn't have done that if he hadn't done something. As they continue, slips and falls down with 182 until they get to the end of the slope. Dante really is at the end of his damn wits. First, he should throw that damn lamp that he is carrying with him away. It's too heavy, and he can't walk with it anymore. 182 refuses, and Dante gets mad. He told him he cannot walk with him anymore like that. Can he not? Can he not read the situation at all? Why won't he cooperate with anything? He went through all of that trouble to escape the hospital because of him. He clearly said he would guarantee his safety. 182 says nothing, and Dante grabs the bridge of his nose. He really should have decided to stay in that place and not choose this stupid road again. He slaps himself again and again. But that's when Mongol comes asking what they are doing here. Dante is surprised to see him as, judging from his previous words, he wouldn't have expected him to come here without their help. They drag 182 back to their previous housing, and Mongol is pretty annoyed at them. Didn't he already warn them not to go to that place? Dante tells him they couldn't just stand idly by and do nothing while 182 was injured. Mongol doesn't care. He should look at the state of him now. He was perfectly fine, and now he's nearly dying. Just what kind of trouble did they run into? Suddenly though, he sees that 182's arm is now bandaged and not as swollen. So he asks if Relin dragged them off to get treated. Dante notes that he probably didn't even get treated right, but as he looks at he sees that the swelling has gone down considerably and it's even neatly wrapped up. To that doctor, just what happened to him? How did he heal his wound so fast? Mongol wonders how they managed to make him work on 182. Normally Relin would never agree to treat prisoners. Dante asks if he knows him well, and asks why he even hid the fact that the doctor was there. What did he mean by the Demon King's castle? He didn't see him as that vicious. He even opened a way for them to leave. Mongol admits they were lying. They just didn't want prisoners to come swarming around him. That's all. They did not mean to deceive them like that. That's a story from a long, long time ago. Back then, this place was still open like a hospital. He is sure he knows it too by now. Fogland is basically just a garbage dump, a trash can that holds useless people. Nobody that is needed. Having a medical center set up here really is an outrageous luxury. Back then, they were extremely kind people. Even though the people in Fogland were all savages, they still cared for them and treated them with the utmost devotion, without any prejudice at all. Instead of looking at how contemptible they were, they valued them like human beings, and their sincerity slowly turned these empty villagers into actual human beings. At one point, when Mongol dropped by some dumplings, the main doctor called over Relin, as he should come and eat too. Relin put the book he was sleeping with down, and noted that he hadn't even finished his surgery for a few weeks, and he is already making dumplings. His old wound probably hasn't even healed. He really is so stubborn, never listening to his doctor. Mongol noted that he was just grateful for what they had done for him, so even if it was a little, he just wanted to give something back. Relin told him that there's plenty of food at a hospital too, and Mongol knew that they probably have better food that comes from the outside. Suddenly Relin came close and touched his hand, asking how it was these days. Can he move freely now? Mongol smiled warmly at him, and confirmed as such. It's thanks to him that he operated. Even the dumplings he made today were shaped nicely. Back then, they started to feel like human beings. To repay their kindness, some people brought food to share, some people brought scrap they thought was useful, and some foolish people even brought fog to the doctors. Because of this, fog started to accumulate inside the hospital, and that was the start of the disaster. Because of the greed of those people who wanted to seize the stash of fog inside, a bloody massacre took place. By the time the villagers found out, it was already, and as they entered, they only found corpses. They started looking around for survivors, searching up and down the hospital, and eventually Mongol stumbled upon Relin. His legs were torn apart, his breathing was faint, and he was covered in blood, his, and someone else's. Mongol immediately called for the others to bring bandages, wanting to save him no matter what it took. But suddenly, on his broken legs, Relin got up and told them to get lost, to get out of his sight, as they are devils, and he will slay every single one of them. At that point, Relin's mind had completely shattered. Even on the verge of death, he still swung his knife at them. In the end, there was nothing they could do, and even now, that is the same. That remains the same. Dante wondered how he survived it, if that is true, and Mongol explains that he touched fog. He still doesn't know what monstrous ability he gained from it, but in the end, he survived on his own. He struggled and fought to survive like that, only to suffer a pain worse than death. He now lives alone in that hospital, probably using the last of his rations, but he doesn't know how long that will last him. At one point, Relin wondered how they could swallow those dumplings. Stuff made from leftovers people throw away was just too disgusting. One of the doctors told him not to disregard it as trash. The people went to the trouble of picking only leftover ingredients that were still clean to cook, and that mongrel has a very noble heart. That's why he should also watch his words in case the patients feel bad. Relin fell silent for a moment and noted that it was true, because they're just released prisoners. And what is this? Why are they bringing so many of these blue things? They are piling up at this point. One of them wondered if it was those things that gave everyone extraordinary powers. That fog thing. And another didn't know. They said it's still in the research phase. The other wondered why they weren't just removing the fog. It looked like prisoners were all ready to it, but the nurse shushed him up and pointed out someone with a gas mask and a suit who had been there all this time, likely guarding the place. She noted that they really don't need to know much. It's a matter for the World Confederation after all. The man agreed that everything surely has its reason for being. The older doctor agreed that they should hurry up and eat the dumplings before they get cold. Suddenly though, an emergency code red appeared as a patient is in critical condition, with another nurse coming in, and claiming as such they immediately rushed the one who was injured into the operating room with his pulse already below 40. They administered medicine and stuff. But Relin wondered if he would survive in this state. The equipment here does not seem sufficient at all. The other doctor asked what nonsense he is talking about in front of a wounded man who was still breathing. They have to keep him alive until the end. He tells him to get inside too, as he will be the assistant surgeon. They went inside the operating room after changing and noted how much she was bleeding. They were running out of blood bags too. The older doctor damned it all, as it was a complete and utter mess. In this condition they can't even find a bleeding point. However, that's when Relin took over and found it. It was the facial artery, surprising the director and everyone else. With this, they stabilized the patient. With the older doctor claiming that it was getting dark. Since he first got here, this is the first time he has seen such a major surgery. It was pretty tough, wasn't it? The older doctor also wondered how he found that artery so quickly. The tissue was completely so he couldn't distinguish anything. And on top of that, the blood was spurting so fast. Relin told him that he saw a flash right before the blood clogged everything. And the older doctor was impressed. He really has incredible concentration. Thanks to him, he could leave everything in his hands. Relin also apologized for taking the forceps from him like that, but the older doctor said it's fine. For such an emergency, who cares about the details? Besides, today he was the assistant surgeon after all. He is the one who brought back that patient from the brink of death, so from now on, he should not give up so easily, because in the future, he will definitely become a great doctor. Unfortunately for them, that night the patient had no intention of staying put, and naturally, he took out the older doctor upon seeing him and went in to kill Relin too. He noted that it was him. It was really him. He himself was the one who caught him and locked him back up in this damned prison, in this prison of his called the body. Therefore, he must want to try it too. right? The punishment of being alive. Relin smashes a can into the wall as he remembers this, and looks at the bag of dumplings next to him. Back in the dumpling village, 182 just says, eat, and that he wants dumplings. Dante wonders where they are supposed to get food from. He really can't read the room. Can he? That grandpa darkly explained everything about Relin holding out for 2 years inside that hospital all alone. Dante noted that before something happened to him, wouldn't it be better to persuade him? After all, he still has old ties with the people in the village. Mongol didn't know about that. He thinks they were even more like strangers to him than others are. Considering he agreed to treat them, it was probably because they are outsiders, so there is nothing they can do. The other guy, his assistant, wondered if he agreed to treat outsiders like this. Doesn't that mean he is already changing his mind? Mongol told them that this was enough. Do they still not get it? Relin is actually punishing them, so they should let him do whatever he wants. Dante didn't really get it. No matter the situation, they have to think of a way of getting out of here. So what's the point of staying in here and lamenting like that? He could probably help a lot, and he seems to know a lot too. If he's going to throw away such a valuable life, then at least he should throw it away to him. 182 says he's just a complete nuisance, and Dante pointed at him, noting that the doctor he called the nuisance healed him, so he should learn to be grateful. It's exactly because of jerks like him that Relin got angry. He is the one who should bow his head and apologize. Is he not going to apologize? 182, very brokenly, says that he was the one who hit him first, but then also clearly states that he is a patient as well. This is the first time Dante has seen an emotion from him that was not anger. What he shows as anger isn't actually that. In fact, he is just hurt. Maybe he has already expressed many feelings under that mask of anger. Like those rebellious teenagers who usually act like that, they all show all kinds of emotions through anger or irritation. He may seem like just a stubborn person who doesn't speak clearly, but in reality, it's because they don't know how they don't know what that feeling is really called. Inside anger, true feelings are hidden. Things like loss, shame, and even worry, perhaps even guilt. Most of those problems that arise between people can be solved just by knowing the true name of that feeling. The next morning in the dumpling village, a guy speaks with his friends, noting that since the sun is up, they should eat a dumpling and get a drink. Before he can explain where he got the money from, someone bumps into him. He turns around to reprimand him, but then sees that it's the cannibals, and he immediately pees his pants. Mongol gets done with his morning dumplings too and knows that he's going to check on that boy with glasses to see if he's awake yet so he can bring him for breakfast. The stony assistant wondered if it was going to give him free food again, but Mongol just told him that he must be terribly hungry since last night. And about yesterday, he behaved in a way that wasn't very appropriate for an adult. He is just a hungry child, and he is homeless as well. He tells the assistant to take them and deliver it, but suddenly, that's when another assistant came in, noting that something serious had happened. The Bone Eater is in their village. Mongol doesn't know who he is at first, but the stony assistant explained that it's that guy who eats people, the one who devours human flesh. That bastard is the worst of the worst. He will take the defensive forces and deal with him. However, Mongol told Legos to wait, causing trouble will only bring more negative consequences. It is better to invite him in as politely as possible. They can't allow the villagers to get hurt after all. Dante wakes up in the morning too, wondering how long it's been since he slept so deeply. He's also starving to death, and he smells awful. He wants to take a bath. He sees that 182 is still asleep. He's never seen him sleep so peacefully either. He was always on edge like some wild beast. So why is he sleeping so defenselessly today? He puts 2 fingers to his mouth to see that he is breathing, and Dante finally realizes he is human too. He puts on his shoes and steps out, looking for Mongol, and wondering if he can use the bathroom, but that's when he sees what is going on with Bone Eater sitting down across the table with Mongol. Dante recognizes him from his class, and thinks that he is clearly one of the bad guys, but did he follow him over here to hunt him? That's when he sees that Bone Eater holds up a picture of 182, and asks Mongol if he has ever seen this face. Dante can't really know how Mongol will answer, so he immediately moves back in, thinking that he has to get 182 out of here as fast as he can. Mongol tells him he has never seen him before, surprising Dante. Bone Eater notes that he is hungry as hell. So what are they supposed to do? Food. He wants food. His assistant notes that he's hiding in his village. That guy he saw earlier is here. He'd better tell the truth quickly if he doesn't want to become food for this guy. Bone Eater gets up, slamming the table, and knows that he should have a quick snack first, but he wonders who he should eat before anyone can react. Mongol tells him to wait, and asks if he wants dumplings. Bone Eater notes that he doesn't want something that tastes like trash, but Mongol guarantees it's not a common taste. He will prepare the highest quality dumplings for him if he lets him do it. If they taste so bad that not even a dog would eat them, then he will offer himself as a snack for him to chew on. Everyone is shocked by his sacrifice, but he tells them not to look so pale at him. Do they not trust his skills? These are the village's famous dumplings after all. Dante immediately rushes back to the room, thinking that everyone just went crazy. Those dumplings are made with leftovers and garbage. Even if the taste is acceptable so Bone Eater doesn't die, they are not anything special. So why does he get into trouble like this? Just to hide a stranger. He goes to 182, trying to wake him up and shaking him, but upon waking up, 182 immediately jumps him, putting a hand on his neck, before realizing who he is. Dante knows that he really got scared. Is something wrong? Did he have a nightmare or something? He just suddenly jerked like that out of nowhere. Awake. That really isn't normal at all, but can he stand? Why doesn't he try standing up? 182 looks at him with a pretty annoyed expression, and asks if he's satisfied now. Dante tells him if he can escape this village on his own, the big guys have already shown up. They are the ones hunting him. They have to run immediately. 182 asks if he wants him to go alone, and Dante knows that he just has a place he needs to go to first. He should wait at the entrance of the village and climb through the window so they will not be able to catch him. If that luggage is heavy, then he can leave it. He will take it afterwards. 182 immediately asks why he is going to abandon him again. Dante freezes, and Dante tells him it's not that, but rather he is trying to save 182's life. What he did back then, he did because he did not know. He didn't know that he was not actually a bad person, and he never thought he would end up owing his life to more than once. Didn't he say he should know how to repay favors? Now Grandpa Mangle is in danger because of them, so he should run away. He will stay here, and try to buy some time. Mangle himself and the others begin cooking up a storm using the premium crow meat and the vegetables that came in yesterday. Dante himself runs up to the hospital, as his objective is none other than Relin. 182 looks out of the window and unbands his hand, seeing that it was fully repaired. He opens one of the bags he was carrying, and pulls out a combat knife. With that same bandage, he ties it to his hand. Pretty clear that he has no intention of running away. Back in the Tofu village, Hound goes to Kasim, having heard that he gave information about 182 to that damn Bone Eater. He was the one who came here first, wasn't he? So how was he? Did he pay him well or what? Kasim tells him that's not it and shows him that he is missing an ear. He has to survive too after all. Hound grabs him, knowing that just for losing an ear he handed over information just like that. So what should he take from him now though? An eye or his nose? Kasim tells him to calm down and at least remember the rules of the underworld. He doesn't care if the information was stolen. It's because that bastard Bone Eater broke the rules. He didn't respect the informants, and that's why everything ended up in a mess. Kasim knows that if he does this to him too, he's seriously going to start crying. Hound puts a palm up, telling him to go ahead and cry to his father. Does he look like his buddy to mess around with? Kasim asks if he sees them as garbage informants or what. Does he really think he did this without thinking it through? But Kasim tells him that's not really all. One of Kasim's assistants notes that they say the Bone Eater's muscles in his tongue are as strong as an anaconda's. And the other one says something too, that his digestive juices are like hydrochloric acid. Additionally, Kasim tells him that when that bastard tasted his ear, he said it tasted like a warm beach, when in reality, he was born on a beach in Central America. So that guy's real talent is the ability to collect information through taste with a chilling level of precision. The information about 182 that he is so desperate to know the Bone Eater could taste and figure out. The man learned this for the first time as well. As expected of Kasim, he had everything planned out. Hound just asks what the hell the point of that is. If that bastard gets eaten by Bone Eater first, what's the point? That bastard, he will have to torture him until he begs for his life and crush him to death with his own 2 hands. Kasim tells him not to worry about that. He will get him out of there no matter what. He already sent an infiltrator to blend in on Bone Eater's side. He should know his level of skill is quite high. This isn't just any infiltrator. They are mercenaries from District J. They are on the level of an armed assault unit. Eventually, the premium level 10 dumplings are ready. Mongol explains that he used the most valuable ingredients they have in the village and put all of his heart into it. So he should please help himself as he wants. Bone Eater takes off his helmet thing, letting his jaw unhinge naturally, and he immediately puts his tongue in the pile of dumplings, his eyes swirling around crazily as his tongue glows. Then he says that they are absolute trash. Mongol is annoyed. Just by touching it with his tongue, he says something like that. He should try eating one first. Bone Eater says he doesn't need to. It has crow meat caught yesterday, carrots and onions from the supply box, and the rest tastes exactly like a bucket of cafeteria leftovers. He does not need to eat it to know that it's trash. He throws one at Mongol, who picks it up from the ground, noting that he doesn't know anything. In his life, he has gone hungry countless times. He was a homeless drifter for 10 years to fill his stomach. Stealing fruit from citizens became normal. It was a brutally cold winter when something happened. When he stole a bunch of dumplings, the owner, instead of chasing after him to catch him, gave him another warm set of dumplings, which were unbelievably that's why he wanted to feel that sensation too. The best gift he's ever received in his entire life. He wanted to give it back. If one's body and their heart warm up, that twisted heart will end up disappearing on its own, so he should please try taking a bite. At least one. Well, Bone Eater is getting curious now. To find out what it's like, that dumpling head of his, he pulls him up with his tongue, and Mongol guesses that it ends here. He will probably disappoint him again. The doctor, he means. Dante makes his way inside the hospital, calling Raylan, as there's a total disaster happening in the village, and Mongol is in danger. Some big bads have shown up in the village, and that psychopath is trying to capture people to eat them. He calls out for help again and again, but nobody answers. He knows he is hiding in here somewhere. He can't do something like this. Not with Grandpa Dumpling. He's always wondered how he managed to survive. That day he kicked him out. He ran into Grandpa Mongol in front of the hospital, and he had a bag in his hand. A bag that had he must have been leaving dumplings at the hospital all this time because he was afraid he would starve to death. With that disabled arm, he never stopped. Not even for a single day. He's his benefactor. The fact that he is still breathing today is thanks to his hard work, but he should do whatever he wants. In his eyes, the traitors aren't the villagers, but him. It seems that these words were enough to awaken something in Raylan, and he asks what the hell he is talking about. The villagers immediately go to Mongol's defense. He tells them to stop as it's dangerous, but they don't. And a Bone Eater twirls his tongue around, throwing them all into the walls and such with practiced ease. His minions also begin fighting, and Mongol tells everyone to stop. Isn't his life alone still not enough? He would stop resisting, so he should eat him already. Bone Eater says otherwise. If he wants to satisfy him, this is the last time he is asking about this guy. Just where is he? Before Mongol can even think of formulating an answer or not, 182 speaks out, noting that he is here, his hand tied to that combat knife. Raylan asks Dante what the hell he is saying back at the hospital, and Dante knew he was here. Now to get him to fight, he knows that he is really going to help, right? But Raylan tells him that the old man with the trash dumplings just saved his life. He should stop selling such stupid dramas. Even if he does not have those shitty dumplings, he has emergency supplies. Dante tells him that he knows very well what that old man intended, so he wants him to help. If that old man dies, he will regret it later. He won't want that, will he? Raylan comes out of his corner, and notes that what he regrets most in life, is using these two hands of his to save the life of a prisoner who was about to die, because that damn prisoner made him lose his comrades. The life or death of those trash prisoners below, he does not give a damn about any of that. As 182 reveals himself, Mongol calls him an idiot. Qasim's spy is glad to see that he finally showed, noting that he is the one-armed demon king, the one who completely wiped out the Hound gang. 182 tells them that if they touch the old man with the dumplings, even if with the tip of a blade, he will kill them. Mongol asks 182 what the hell he is saying, and tells him to run now. This guy is a big fish. He has eyes only for him. Bone Eater just pushes him away into the ground, and immediately rushes in with his tongue, licking 182 pretty roughly. The spy is amazed to see that he already tasted him. He immediately pulls out his notes, wondering how it tastes, and wanting to see his analysis skill firsthand. Suddenly though, as Bone Eater takes in the test taste, his eyes black out, and then blow open in a pretty white light, apparently because whatever information he has gotten is far too much. His gang is gathered around him, wondering what the hell is going on, and the spy approaches to check his pulse and sees that he has only passed out, but he thinks that this guy is a really hollow-brained piece of trash. But well, testing something on one's own flesh is pretty fun too. Bone Eater's gang is immediately charging at 182, as if they let him escape, they will be the ones eaten. Mongol screams at 182 to run away, but he doesn't. He ducks under a knife and uses his own to puncture a few wounds into his attacker. Another grabs a nearby chair and tries to hit him over the head with it, but he dodges and blocks with his leg, then slits his throat before continuing his onslaught, killing lackey after lackey with expert precision, surprising Mongol. Another lackey attacks from behind, and 182 punctures his forearm, but the lackey just laughs. Now it's over for him. His weakness is his right side, the amputated arm. In exchange for a life, he has sacrificed his bones. He throws the knife he was holding to his other arm, aiming to stab 182, but before he can, 182 intercepts the knife with his knee and drives it into the lackey's stomach. 182 knows that it's about as expected. Anyone who tries to act tough with him, he will kill them. The spy tells him that's enough, holding a blade to Mongol's head. He tells him that his knife techniques are pretty nice, just like they say about the ones who exterminated the Hound gang. Now he is curious to know what kind of talent he has left. 182 immediately pushes him off Mongol, but the spy tells him to listen until people finish talking. That's how it's supposed to be. First of all, he is not from that pathetic bone-eater gang. He only accepted a job to take him with him. 182 understands and asks if RR sent him. The spy doesn't know who that is, but also cannot tell him who hired him, but it will be smarter if he follows him, because if he wants to escape the bone-eater, this is the only moment. He does not know how strong he truly is, but he has no way to face the bone-eater with that rotten arm of his. 182 understands, then he will just kill him now, and end it. Before he can puncture the bone-eater's neck, the spy stops him, tells him not to even dream of it. That is what he has to stop him from doing. After all, also, he forgot to introduce himself. He comes from the mercenary group of District J, the armed assault unit. His code name has multiple meanings, Mullark, and he never said he was weaker than the big fish that lives off these trash prisoners. Back at the hospital, Dante thinks that he rushed a bit. This guy is a lot colder than he thought. But from what? From the way he agreed to treat 182, deep down, he really is compassionate. Relin asks who he thinks he is, meddling in other people's business like that. What does this have to do with him in the first place? Dante remains frozen for a bit, and then his hand begins to quiver. The truth is, it's because of them that this is happening. Mongol helped them hide. Those people are good. They did not say anything about them until the very last moments. Relin sighs, prisoners who are good, huh? It seems that he has still not opened his eyes fully. Has he already forgotten why he is trapped here? He is a teacher and all, but it seems that his brain is not used for learning. Dante's expression, which immediately drops. He thinks it's because he does not learn. Normal people matter to him. He needs good people. And what is so special about him, huh? Rejecting those who try to help and locking himself in here. Is that smart? Honestly, this hospital was not built by his family, was it? Is he going to declare the whole town as his enemy? Is he going to stay here and die alone just out of some spite? He should stop messing around with that insanity. This is not because of that stupid grudge. It's because he was the only one who survived. That is why he feels guilty about continuing to live like a normal person. He is simply ashamed that he still has the nerve to keep breathing despite it all. At the dumpling village, 182 pushes off Mullark but tries to slit his throat. But Mullark raises his forearm, revealing that he has a shield there. He thinks that this might seem like a clash between the spear. The shield can protect everything, and the spear can pierce through everything. It's quite a conundrum. 182 doesn't listen to him, and continues charging in, unleashing flurry after flurry of knife blows. But Mullark blocks each one. He notes that if he has to choose only one of them, he will take both. He unleashes a devastating strike right into 182's head, who simply dodges it. Mullark continues, noting that because he can focus 100% on both sides at the same time, he does not need to switch between one or the other. He can use both at the same time, and with great precision too. Seeing this, 182 lets go of the bandage he's been holding the knife with completely, and blocks another strike, making the sutures on his arm bleed roughly. Mullark knows that he has only one choice between attack and defend, and pins 182. He strikes him on the chest before pushing him, and throws a feint before unleashing the real attack, a knee strike right into 182's chest, making him crash into a nearby building roughly. Mullark notes that this doesn't count just for weapons. He can throw a kick at the same time too, but then sees that 182's knife is actually in his leg, surprising him. It seems he's not bad. He's got some real skill, but if he just throws out the only weapon he has, like that without thinking, does he really think that it will do him any good? He throws the knife at 182, who dodges, and then moves in with another slam of his knee, opening 182's abdomen wound. He tries to strike him with the blade, but 182 begins dodging again and again, tossing and turning with all of his strength. Molark seems to be enjoying this quite a bit, as with that loser face of his. All he knows how to do is run away. However, 182 changes his footing at that point, and charges in headlong, with Molark surprised that he is going in a straight line like an idiot, but 182 seems adamant, surprising Molark again. This bastard really wants to die. However, instead of striking his head, he strikes his shoulder, as he knows he can't kill him. That's when Molark feels a sharp pain in his arm holding the shield, and sees that 182 has penetrated with only 2 fingers. He throws him off and looks at his own hand, wondering what this is. He remembers his words. If he only focuses on defending, he won't be able to attack, but this guy went straight for a vital point. Instead of defending, he chose to counterattack. Just what the hell is he really? Mongol rushes in with a pan, and Legos rushes in with a meat cleaver towards the unconscious Bone Eater, but seeing them both at once, Molark defends and puts them to the ground. Just stay crouched down silently. Do they really want to die? His job is to drag this guy back alive, and what the hell is this? He didn't cut him deep enough for him to end like this. He cuts a bit more of his uniform off and sees that he has a pretty big wound. He drags his body around into a fight with a wrecked body like this. Was he injured from the start? Well, it doesn't matter. He just doesn't need to die yet, or they will dock his pay. With his target secure, he thinks that for his talent, even after testing it in combat, he can't confirm it. His body looks normal, there are no signs of mutation anywhere, and as for this reverse sati, he will have to go without. Suddenly the Bone Eater wakes up, noting that he has got this taste before. It's a very very familiar taste when people were toying with him when he was weak, putting apples and food through his grates, because he couldn't open his door because he was weak. Apparently the guard forgot to unlock the cell, and they left him trapped like that for over a month without the other prisoners have been keeping him as a pet to play around with before he dies. One of them foolishly put a bunch of fog through, telling him that it's rice or something, but he put his hand way too far through the grate, and the Bone Eater bit down greedily. That was the first taste he had ever tried, the delicious taste of fog. Back at the hospital, Dante damned himself, as he didn't mean for it to end like this. Digging into other people's problems like this isn't a good way to persuade them. It's a shitty old habit that his brother used on him as well. However, Relan says that he is right. It's his own fault. His colleagues died because of his fault. That miserable bastard said it was because he managed to survive. He deserved to suffer like this. The prisoner did not just kill him, he literally took his face off, and the other patients were clearly shaken by this entire thing. They were suddenly bewitched by the man's words. To judge the outside world, to scream in agony like the day he was born. Life is only a circle of hell, these are the gallows. It does not matter if they are guilty or innocent, it's a torture chamber that does not wait for confession. Sinners who receive their punishment do not let those bastards come to judge us. With that, they began killing the medics and other innocent people, hence the massacre. Relan grabs Dante by his shirt, telling him that everything that miserable bastard said was the utter truth. This is hell. He can't die, but being alive is like being dead too. He thought it would be better to die with his friends, but in the end, his body fought to survive. He ate fog in the hospital like a madman just to survive. With the talent he obtained, he immediately performed surgery on himself, stealing fog from the miserable ones who showed up too, using their blood and flesh to rebuild his entire body. With the bodies of the prisoners he hated so much, he managed to survive. It's a pathetic, disgusting way he lived until he became a monster. The good doctor everyone wants simply anymore. Is this the answer he wanted so badly? With this appearance, where else is he supposed to go? This place is perfect for someone like him. He will rot here until he dies, living like those crazy prisoners, and that is the fate he chose. Dante wonders just what kind of shitty fate that is. His brother immediately berated him when he chose the subject for teaching at this prison, how to grow sweet potatoes and elementary level science, all of it from elementary school. He seriously wanted to be an elementary school teacher. Dante immediately took his stuff back, asking why he is going through it anyway, but his brother was surprised he is serious. He has gone crazy, hasn't he? Their father would explode if he found out. Dante didn't care about what any of them thought. What he does is his business. He's already told them to take care of their own lives. What right does he have to meddle in his business? His brother said that he was simply worried, so he started out just to become a simple babysitter. Isn't being a teacher just way too pathetic? Dante told him that he was just a perfectionist. He adores luxurious jobs, obsessed with status, but he's a piece of trash. All of them are just monsters. They are both mother and father too, so he should stop trying to control his entire life, as he will never be garbage like him. However, in the end, the path he chose himself got distorted, drifting away from what his heart originally desired, thinking that it would be shameful if people saw him teaching little kids. That's because the owner of his own heart was never him from the beginning, because the teacher who shaped him was nothing but a simple monster. He is wrong. That wasn't the fate he chose himself. It was the karma that the damned prisoner forced onto him long ago. Someone like him couldn't be trash like that. He should look at the dumpling village. Here, in this hell, it is the only place where rules and morality exist. The old man built it with his own 2 hands as the true master of this village. Raleen asks why the hell he should care, even though the chain on his heart begins to chip. He should tell him to stop doing those stupid things already. Why is he so obsessed with doing that in a shitty dump anyway? Dante tells him how it is. He is the one who taught everything to that old man. He taught him that, in this dump of a place, life still has great value. He taught him that he must live with dignity, like people. Isn't that right? He was the one who taught him. He should remember what the old man has been through too. He came every single day in the early days, vowing to never let something like this happen ever again. About his progress with the dumpling shops, about how they could use electricity, about how they opened up more shops, and even when the dumplings he put out piled up, he cleaned it out for them and told him to not skip any meals, as he taught him that he must take good care of his body. Even then he knew, and he saw what his teaching did to that old man. So, who is the teacher here? Is it that monster that has been controlling his life, or is it someone else? With these words, Rilen finally breaks down the chain on his heart, fully shattering. Molark wonders what Bone Eater is talking about. Has he gone fully crazy? This is a waste of time. He dashes past him, but Bone Eater trips him with his tongue, and then immediately rushes it sharply towards 182's chest. Molark defends him, telling him not to dare touch him. This bastard is his own prey. Bone Eater unleashes his tongue in a flurry of strikes, but Molark defends against him, only to find that he can't even cut his tongue. He tries again and again, but he can't, until he is fully cut and his bones begin to pop out. As Bone Eater clenches, Molark thinks that this is impossible. He didn't even get a single scratch. This is not the Bone Eater that he knew of. He throws Molark away, and immediately lunges for 182, with Mongol dashing in front. He tells Legos to take the boy and run away right now, but Legos tells him to be careful, and get out of here now. Bone Eater just doesn't understand why he is getting in his way. Why does he want to take away his food? He should give it to him so he can eat it right now. He cocks a mighty punch, and before it can hit Mongol, 182 rushes in, putting his hand in the Bone Eater's mouth, whose eyes light up from joy. Molark asks if he's going crazy. Is he really going to let him eat him just like that? Mongol also tells him that they risked their lives to save him. What is he doing? 182 just says that he has to repay his debt, making Mongol cry out. Even Bone Eater is crying, as this taste is what saved him from his hunger that never ends. It is a gift from the gods themselves, but it's hard to tell why. Can't he just chew through his arm? His jaw hurts, and he can't move anything, and that's because Rilen has arrived. Everyone looks stunned as Rilen arrives, especially Mongol, who is beady-eyed at seeing him again. Rilen takes the pair of medical scissors out of the Bone Eater's jaw very roughly, shattering it completely, and making Molark wonder what the hell this guy even is. How did this bastard's jaw come loose? Rilen doesn't focus on him, and instead grabs 182's hand, noting that he treated him very carefully, and he just ruined it. This is really getting annoying. 182 takes his hand back, staring at him like an angry child, and Rilen just calls him an idiot. Mongol himself continues shedding tears, wondering why he's out here now. Rilen doesn't respond. Instead he twirls the pair of scissors in his hand, and knows that they have quite a few bits of disaster around here. This does not seem like a very safe village at all. He unleashes another strike on the charging Bone Eater, defending them, and Mongol finally realizes that his old friend is back. Bone Eater tries to move again after Rilen unleashes another strike. However, his body can't move, with Molark surprised that he's using just scissors. Could he just stop it with just a pair of scissors? Bone Eater screams out, asking who the hell he is and what he is doing to his body. Rilen tells him to bark all he wants, although he should still speak properly. Bone Eater twirls his tongue around, and Mongol tells him to dodge it, as the scissors won't cut that tongue. Rilen, however, ducks under the tongue and tells him that no matter how incredible his body may be, he is nothing but a damn mess of cells to him. Using his ability, he sees through the ligaments and everything into his mouth, right where the weak spot connecting the tongue is, and dashes through, cutting it up expertly, tearing his tongue muscles, and shocking absolutely everyone as Bone Eater takes the brunt of the heat. Rylan explains that his muscles are completely torn, and his tongue will roll up into his throat and choke him, basically blocking up his entire trachea. Sure enough, the Bone Eater can't breathe anymore, and he desperately tries to claw at his own tongue, tearing it apart, but to no avail. He falls down on the ground, completely and utterly defeated. Everyone can't believe it. He finally fell. The Bone Eater, that monster, has finally been vanquished. The great demon lord, the demon king, saved their village. Everyone cheers, and some shake their ass, but Molark is just impressed. He defeated one of the big ones pretty quickly. Were there such monsters here? Rylan immediately begins doing an autopsy, cutting up his belly and seeing that he really ate humans, but human flesh has little muscle. It's pretty absurd. Suddenly Mongol approaches him and gets down on his knees, apologizing with tears in his eyes. His promise to create a village was something that he could not fulfill. He could not change the nature of these people. Problems keep appearing. Maybe they are just, as he said, people who are beyond help. Rylan tells him that's enough. He should stop obsessing over that. If he wants to prove it so badly, then, he shouldn't force that promise any further. He should learn to fulfill his first promise of staying safe first. True, he apologizes for absolutely everything. Dante comes back and sees that it's over too. It was too fast though. This guy is a lot stronger than the big ones. It seems that, finally, he made the right decision. If this gives them the will to return to Rylan, he will have space to negotiate. Suddenly though, he hears a bunch of people noting about a guy collapsing, which is 182. He immediately rushes to him, asking what he is doing here. Why hasn't he left? He sees the state he is in and asks if he was fighting. He told him to leave. Did he think he could beat him with that body? He calls him an idiot and stubborn, asking what he was thinking, but 182 just asks why he is angry at him. He just wanted to help the old man. A hint of vulnerability crosses his features, noting that he said so himself. Or did he get it wrong again? Dante sees him for what he truly is now. A small, innocent child. He knows that he did it completely right, and that he did very well. Now he is beginning to understand a little about this place. However, even Dante himself wonders why 182 looks like dandelion spores. Is his eyesight getting worse? He rubs his eyes and sees that 182 is back to his normal self and staring like a dumbass. After being treated, 182 slowly wakes up and sees that Rylan is right behind him, sewing his suit. He says that it's his, that those clothes are his, and Rylan knows. He asks how old he is, as, from a biological perspective, those guys with abnormally strong abilities are all people who have been trapped here for over 20 years, but his internal organs are ripe, extremely fresh, so he's obviously still just a kid. 182 tells him he is an adult, but he used to be a child, making Rylan ask what kind of nonsense he's talking about. 182 tells him that they're the same then, and Rylan asks how. Is he talking about age? Is he an idiot? Hearing this, 182 immediately gets mad, asking what he knows, as he is just a doctor, not a teacher. Rylan asks how he thinks people can become doctors. He's probably smarter than your teacher, but 182 tells him to stop lying. Rylan just shakes his head, thinking that this guy has no common sense at all, and notes that he is not a prisoner, is he? Could it be that he was born here? This is a chicken coop with no exit, established over 45 years ago. It would not be strange if children were born here, right? 182 just very nonchalantly tells him that he was already here from the beginning, and that's what Rylan meant. He throws his uniform into his face, and notes that he misunderstood. He tells him that they will be back soon, but he shouldn't move around and lie still. If he farts, he should tell him. Now they do not owe each other anymore, right? Dante shows Rylan the map, who asks if the exit is marked, and Dante denies it. One can't leave through the entrance or exit. There is something like a device that prevents prisoners from escaping. It's a monster-sized thing that kills anyone who dares try. He might not believe it, but he saw it with his own eyes. He is going to the central headquarters to meet with the administration bureau. Rylan asks what he is planning to do once he gets there. He told him already, but the administration bureau won't take his side there. Whether he has to take a dump on their doorstep or set things on fire, he has to try. The only ones who might know a way out of here are them. Rylan says fine. Even if he finds a way out, how will he deal with his body, already poisoned by fog? Dante looks at the map and explains that he thinks if he leaves this place, he will be able to quit, because people usually can't quit drugs, since they're too easy to get. If he can stay away from here forever, his body will definitely return to normal. If withdrawal symptoms, like limbo, appear, he will definitely find a way to help them, because his father is a scientist. He can gather related experts to help with research. Once this matter is exposed, it will cause a huge uproar and speed up research. Relin tells him that's not it. He hasn't looked in the mirror yet, has he? Upon doing so, Dante sees that one of his eyes is blue from the fog. Relin asks what's so surprising about that. As long as he lives here, everyone will become like this. Dante wonders since when this started, but it seems that the moment Relin mentioned has finally come. Now he will start craving fog, too. Will that limbo thing happen to him as well? This is too unfair. He has not taken any sort of fog. He doesn't even have any special abilities, but he is still screwed. Relin asks what's wrong. Didn't he say he could recover just a few moments prior? But Dante refuses. An addict's life only has despair and destruction left. Relin confirms, they have conducted experiments on prisoners, and if a person remains in a limbo state continuously, they will slowly lose cognitive ability and fall into a coma. Also, if he falls into limbo in the outside world without any fog at all, it's not as simple as becoming a vegetable. Even so, is he still planning to go out? 182 appears, asking what's wrong, and Relin knows that he told him to stay still. What is he doing running around? 182 knows that he is hungry, but Relin tells him he needs to rest. 182 asks why, and Relin tells him that he has not farted yet. 182 asks if he should push, but Relin tells him to stop talking nonsense. Dante confirms that this is a bad situation. Even so, he is definitely going out, because living here is not the life he wants. In the next few hours, Relin gathers everything he has in his possessions, cleans up the hospital, and leaves it barren. They go to the village, and Mongol thinks that this is great. He made a wonderful choice. He is finally leaving this place. Legos tells him to stay a bit longer, as he heard the winter season starts soon, but Mongol shakes his head, as they will not stop them from leaving. They are going back to where they originally belong. After all, he shakes hands with Dante, who is someone who came from outside to help, something he has never dreamed of. Dante shakes his hand, and knows that he will definitely take Relin to safety. Mongol thanks him very much, but Dante knows that he should be the one thanking him. Also, he hands them a gigantic bag that is apparently filled with top-grade dumplings. Mongol just laughs, and tells them to leave quickly before it gets dark, and everyone waves at them. Before they turn away fully, Relin faces Mongol one last time, and tells him to show him his hand. Mongol dodges, noting that those dumplings were made by his students. Really, he kept his promise all this time. Relin grabs his hand and asks if he can move it properly, because back then, his general skills were pretty terrible. He could only do this much, but if one day they meet again outside, he will treat him properly again. Mongol, seeing the tears in his eyes, just smiles. With that, they leave the village. The woman from before, with a bag over her head, looks at this scene. A doctor and a teacher. Now this is pretty interesting. Suddenly RR calls her, and she picks up, noting that his timing was perfect. That one-armed guy isn't as strong as he said, right? Well, he didn't die, but someone saved him. It seems like he made a few friends along the way too. RR scoffs and closes the call. How could that be possible? Something like that guy. How could he possibly have a friend? He moves and ends up at what looks to be the middle of the prison, making him wonder just how much fog is left. He goes to a meeting with the bureau and explains that the usable amount of fog they have is only 5 years worth. One of the members notes that, if that's the case, is this not already too late? Is there a way to finish it within 5 years? RR hums a little and says that he needs more outstanding talent. The other man knows that it's no longer realistic to just use ordinary people as targets. There is also a limit to public suppression, especially with the kind of talent he wants. RR just notes that the winter is coming and asks if the supply boxes are ready. One of the people at the table, immediately gets up and explains that, in total, they plan to deploy 500 boxes. They will have things like daily necessities, stuff like clothes, bedding, and soap. They will also have food, like flour, grain powders, and crop seeds. They will also have stuff like construction material, cement, lighting equipment, and generators. In addition to that, there will be wire saws, a hammer, screwdrivers, and for weapons, there are 10 Glock 19 pistols. That's basically all. RR thinks that's pretty ordinary. Should they not add some gunpowder? This is the foundation, though. After all, they should not just give them fish, but teach them how to fish as well. He will make the adjustments. The man asks if he heard what he just said, and RR confirmed as such. They don't have time anymore, and it's just as his father already said, that the right moment will definitely come, so they must create an even bigger storm than before. Somewhere else, a woman thinks about her carrot soup, following the passing of the citric acid cycle, which will activate ATP synthesis, and then it will give her, the illusion that she is still alive. Suddenly, a girl who looks suspiciously a lot like 182 approaches and asks if she's okay. Lala thinks that she's an angel. She finally came, and she should take her away to paradise. As she has no law, no longer any attachment to this damned world, the girl subconsciously pats her head, and says that she is not an angel, but is she feeling unwell anywhere? It's been days, since last ate. Suddenly, Lala disengages, asking who the hell she is, making the girl recoil slightly. She introduces herself as Bren. She is cleaning this place, and she apologizes for scaring her. Lala is confused to see a child here. Is this not just a child? Bren tells her that if she doesn't eat she will have no strength. She apologizes, but she understands that better, right? Because she's a teacher after all. Lala gets up, forgetting her insanity for a moment, and asks who she is. A kid like her, what is she doing here? Bren begins sheepishly counting fingers and explains that she's already 17. She's already old enough to clean after all, but without a balanced diet, she won't grow tall, so she should eat. Lala's eyes widen in horror, and she realizes that, in the end, she is still just a child. What is she doing here? Where are her parents? Before Bren can explain further, another woman comes and knocks her fist on Bren's head, telling her to stop slacking off instead of cleaning. Before the woman can grab her, Lala approaches and grabs Bren's wrist, asking why she is treating a child like this. Why is she even hitting her? The woman asks what she is being so arrogant about. It's none of her damn business anyway. She can't feel pain or anything like that. She should not meddle in other people's business. While Gary is treating her well, she should just do what she's supposed to do, as getting involved with this child won't bring her any good. With that, she slowly lets go of Bren's hand, who clenches on a bit more longer, and then just waves sheepishly at her. And Lala just watches as they go somewhere else. Relin takes off 182's stitching and tells him to put his clothes back on, with Dante surprised that there's not even a single scratch left. Naturally, it's because Relin repairs it at a cellular level. Dante asks, this is an ability obtained through fog, right? What exactly is the ability gained? Relin says that it's focus, and he immediately stares daggers into 182. He explains that once he starts focusing on something, he can see through everything in detail. It's almost like a microscope. It doesn't just help with treatment, but it also lets him detect flaws in the body, and find a source of strength, and enhance it. There are many people here who rely on brute force, so this kind of ability is very helpful for his survival. 182, for the first time in his life, he feels shame. Dante notes that, if he also has an ability, he'd want it to be a superpower like his. Relin asks if he also wants to take fog, and that's not what Dante meant. Since he is already poisoned, he was just thinking, what if? Relin said, although the fog in the mist is enough to poison everyone, but to gain an ability, one needs an extremely large amount of fog. He does not want to become a monster that craves fog. The risks after going outside would be too high. It's just that sometimes he thinks, if he also had some kind of ability, he hoped he could be like ordinary people, to believe in himself, and have the ability to move forward bravely without being stuck in his mind. Relin tells him that his focus was already great to begin with. The fog is not just some random gotcha you pull out of. This substance amplifies one's original talents, strong neural transmission, and the resulting physical mutations are the true natures of fog. Therefore, what kind of ability he develops can be predicted if he has a particular specialty. Dante tells him that he doesn't have a specialty, and Relin tells him to stop being modest, but Dante confirms as such. Relin tells him there is no such thing as a person with absolutely no strengths as long as he is human, but Dante is being serious. This is pretty ridiculous. He is useless even here. What a cursed life. 182 tells him that he is pretty good at yelling, so maybe it's that, causing Dante to tell him to shut it. Relin explains that it could also be a more subtle talent, a strength that is harder to stand out in society. For example, this kid's bizarre recovery ability. The reason he can recover like this isn't just because of his ability, but because of his entire body. His recovery ability far exceeds the limits of any normal one. Dante thinks about 182 abilities, healing, and he thinks it's not only that. He has a running speed that surpassed Rambutan, and the strength to shatter a shoulder in one blow. There is nothing strange about it. In this world, there are people like him who are completely useless, and on the other hand, there are also people who possess multiple talents at once. If 182 is one of those people, if that really is the case, it is just because he has not learned enough. Dante asks 182 if he can say that again about the higher rank leader. Suddenly, an idea came to Dante's mind. The key to opening the tightly shut gates of Fogland might just be in his hands. Dante continues, noting that he said before, right? If one becomes a high-ranking leader, they can get out. Rylan asks what he's talking about, and Dante explained that there's a legend in Fogland that someone with infinite talent will become the god of liberation and will be able to free everyone out of this place. He knows it sounds absurd. However, there is no fire without smoke. And what about 182? Does he think it's just a legend? He seemingly retreats in his bag and thinks that these crazy people are keeping talking to him, and he doesn't understand anything they're saying. Dante takes this as him knowing something. Didn't he say it too? That only becoming a high-ranking leader can get someone out. 182 stares at him and says that something is wrong. Why does he want to become a high-ranking leader anyway? Dante explains that whatever the leader is, he wants it because it seems like it would help get him out of here. 182 has already told him that he cannot do it, but Dante asks about him. Does he not have a lot of talents? Is there not a chance, according to the legend? Before he can finish, 182 shows his arm, noting that he doesn't have a hand. Dante knows he's doing this on purpose. He always talks about something else when he's telling him about something. He's driving him crazy here. He thought they were close enough after going through so much together. The time has come. At least he should understand his position, right? Why can't he stay here, and how much he wants to escape? 182 claims that he doesn't understand, and Dante finally realizes he never intended to let him escape. Just what the hell is he doing following him around for fun? Isn't that right? Now that he thinks about it, he never seriously answered anything. What crime did he commit to get here? Why does he have to cover his head up with a paper bag? And what's inside his luggage? What's his real talent, too? He doesn't even know his real name either. Who is he really? Suddenly Dante sees him as a child again, telling him not to do it. And 182 then runs away, making Dante quiver in rage. He is really going to lose his mind. Rylan notes that the bastard left without his bag, so he will be back. Day turns into night, and they make a small fire in a corner, with 182 still not being back. It seems that he left. Well, he was also a factor of instability. One can't talk to him, and besides being stupid, he is also violent and pretty problematic. Actually, he never told 182 about the plan. He felt like no matter what he would say, he wouldn't understand. And besides, is he not a criminal? He doubts there's any way he could live with them. He's just someone they happen to run into here. It's a shame, but this is as far as they go. He goes to check on his bags, and Rylan asks what he's doing. Dante notes that he is just curious to know what it is inside. Who knows if, in this bundle he always hides, there might be something that can help them. Rylan asks why he is going through other people's things. Is he a thief? Dante says it's not that, and besides, this bag has no owner now. Rylan tells him that's not true. He thinks they need to go together because he is not a criminal. Dante asks what the hell he is saying, and Rylan explains that once he treated a very young patient here, one of the babies of this land. Has he heard of them? At one point, a very concerned man came to him and asked if he could come to their house to examine someone. As the patient had no way of coming to the hospital on their own, when he opened the door, he saw a child, the man's son. Rylan asked how that's even possible, and noted that he will immediately report to the management office to ask for help. But the father told him not to do it. Something bad will happen. Something really, really bad will happen. If he could, he should act like he never saw them, as the ones owning this prison won't help anyone like his son. Those who are raised and born in Fogland are called the babies of Fogland. That's what the name implies. Those who are born here and then grow up, there aren't many, but there aren't a few either. So he supposes that 182, too, was born here. The realization slowly dawns on Dante, and now he understands, he really, really understands, having a child in Fogland and raising them here. That, among all the immoral things he has seen, is one of the most chilling. Rylan noted that he had no choice but to report to the management office after that. The two of them left the village in a hurry, but he always wondered what that bad thingy the father mentioned could be. Maybe the person who needs help the most is neither of them, but that boy. 182 sits in the darkness thinking about his sweet potato that he couldn't grow and wanted to show it to him. He's sitting in front of the guardian statue that he cracked the teeth of and still can't understand it, so she should come back. The mother, fallen from the sky, should please unleash an even stronger storm and please stop his steps. Please make it so his eyes cannot see, so that only the sound of the heartbeat remains, so that they know they are one. 182 tells someone to come back soon and tell him the way to stop this storm. Inside Queenstown, the resident queen sneezes as the cold gets to her, and she knows that winter is coming. It's time to change the supply box. Are they all ready to fight? This is Gary. One of the girls knows that they've been hoarding it for 5 years, giving the box to the Kundalini team. This time should not be a problem, right? Gary asks if she's saying they just want to give it over. How can they all be such cowards? They have to win no matter what. The girl, Lupin, notes that's not what she meant. The sisters keep getting injured, but another tells her not to say another word. Does she want to end up like North? Gary tells her to shut her mouth. This time, the supply box is very important because it will be a gift for her little cutie. This gift is for her, who is feeling so depressed. After the meeting is over, Gary notes that she must have been surprised to see that she announced her gift in front of everyone. Did she see their faces? They are all dying of envy, right? Doesn't she feel a bit better now? Lala thinks that she is not a child, and notes that their reactions don't look exactly like envy. Since they are about to fight, everyone looks pretty uneasy. What the hell is that supply box anyway? Gary says it's really nothing special. It's just things the administration office drops every quarter. It's like a random surprise box. Lala knows that things are just supplies or something like that, but do they really have to fight over that kind of stuff? She says she doesn't really need those things. There's no need to give her gifts too, but Gary denies it. There are really good things inside too. Leaving that aside though, Lala also has a question. She saw a girl around here. Her name was Bren or something. Gary's face darkens, and the one who told her to mind her business clenches her jaw. Gary asks if she is curious about her. Lala notes that it's just that a girl that small shouldn't be in a place like this. Gary smiles and guesses that it's because she's a teacher. It seems like she really likes children, but she doesn't like them at all because they are a nuisance. She doesn't care what she does. Before Lala can ask further, the bald woman from before grabs her shoulder and calls her crazy. Why doesn't she stop bothering Gary with so many needless questions? She already told her not to get involved and not interfere in this. This matter, it's all because of Bren. After a bit, they go to the roof where the laundry is being dried, and the bald woman explains that Bren was born here, surprising Lala. But the bald woman tells her not to be so damn shocked. This happens often with those who escape from the women's zone. Lala asks if they don't report it to the administration office, but the woman tells her that the administration office simply does not exist. There is no way to contact them. No matter what happens, they will not interfere. Does she think those locked up here without committing a crime are the minority? From the start, there is no way to return to one's old life. The only option is to adapt to this place. She should not mention the administration office again, especially in front of Gary, because here no one can show how desperately they want to escape. Bren's mother was a good person too. She was innocent just like she is, and then she died at Gary's hands. Dante continues his talk with Relin, noting that 182's parents must have been prisoners. He hasn't even received any education either. He was probably intoxicated by the fog since birth. That's how children of addicts are. It's not that he hides his identity, it's simply that he doesn't have one. Even his name, Relin, asks if it's not David, and Dante denies it. Why does he keep mentioning that name at this point? It was something he made up at the time. Dante gets up, thinking that even this guy has his clumsy moments, and notes that he is going to use the bathroom. After doing so, he thinks about it further. A newborn of fog. They are not the only innocent scapegoats here. It seems something completely absurd is happening, and yet nobody raises their voice for their dignity or rights. Could it be that absolute cruelty has domesticated them? Just what kind of hellish place is this? For what purpose was this hell created? Suddenly, the moon turns into the face of his brother, who asks if it's really that important to find a reason. Does he really need to get involved with such a place? He is not a messenger of justice nor some kind of revolutionary. The most important thing now is getting out of here safely. He should use his logic and decide well, as he does not have time to worry about others, instead of cowering like usual. Dante tells him to shut up. If there is one thing he's learned in this place, it's that his decisions were not always wrong. He goes back into their temporary hideout, and Relin sees him more focused, and asks what it is. Dante explains that they have to find 182. He thinks the same as him. He has to come with them now that he knows his history. He cannot leave him alone in such a hell. He also thanks him for not rejecting 182. Relin scratches the back of his head awkwardly, thinking that's the most logical thing as long as one is human, right? Dante tells him it's really not that obvious. He should look at the situation they are currently in. That day, he could have left the dumpling village and escaped alone without a problem to survive. That was the best option, but he could not do it. As he said, it seems he's slow at learning things, but he thinks in the end, he chose correctly. After all, the person he wants to save with everything he can, just like him, is a good person, so he is sure. He definitely won't choose wrong this time. Relin wonders how they are going to find him, and Dante notes he has excellent bait. It must be hiding in this bundle. He opens the trash bag only to see that it's basically filled with trash, a literal pile of garbage. So why does he keep these things like their treasures? Relin finds the sweet potato and notes that he is getting hungry, so they should roast it. He puts it on the fire, but Dante immediately rushes in and grabs it and explains that this is the bait. Thank goodness the potato is fine. It seems like it's still fresh because it was stored carefully. He also sees that it has already sprouted a very small root at an extremely low pace, but it's growing little by little. Despite being in such a harsh and decaying environment, it's still growing. The next morning, two people find 182, wondering what the hell is up with him. How dare he sleep in someone else's territory so calmly too? 182 puts his head up, noting that he's not sleeping. One of the two men tells him that if he's awake, he should get out of here. This place is huge, so why is he bothering them? Does he not see the X marked on the ground? This is where they receive their supplies. The other one shuts him up, asking how he says stuff like that out loud. This is supposed to be a secret place even the zone leaders don't know about. As they continue bickering, they finally realize that there is no other choice. It seems this brat will have to be taken out. 182 just looks at them, and then points at himself rather confusedly. 182 gets up, and the two guys are surprised to see that he is bigger than they initially thought. But they have guns, so they shouldn't be scared. One of them pulls out what is supposed to be a gun, and notes that he is from the Technologia crew. He is a master of crafting homemade firearms and the next leader to be. The one next to him perks up, noting that he is Wilson, the assassin of the Technologia crew. If he were to describe himself, he has a perfect pitch. 182 immediately begins walking towards them, making them almost shit their pants, and Wilson tells the other one to shoot. But 182 doesn't seem afraid of the metal. The tips of his gun shine, and the trigger delivers judgment. He twirls the gun around, clearly not wanting to shoot, and Wilson tells him to. But the guy just says that it's hard to shoot a real person. Wilson says that he will shoot, but then 182 takes the gun from his hands, and puts it straight at his forehead, clutching the trigger tightly. And Wilson knows that this guy is actually going to shoot. The other guy immediately screams at him to wait and calls him boss, telling him to spare them, as he will roll if he wants to. He will bark like a dog too, and he immediately begins doing so, with Wilson also sheepishly doing so. But 182 just tells them to shut up, after beating them a bit. 182 asks what a supply box is. The first guy wonders if he's new here, and Wilson notes that he is pretty strong for someone who doesn't even know. The other one explains that it's like a gift box. It's full of useful stuff. They also make weapons like this using items from supply boxes. Wilson knows that, thanks to that, they have some firepower in this area. The other guy confirms that not everyone can have them. At most, only 2 or 3 boxes drop per village. Most of the supply boxes are taken by the bosses. The spot he is sitting in right now is a drop point. They only know it's a remote place, so even the bosses have not noticed yet. Since they shared such a useful spot with him, how about joining their Technologia crew? 182 asks if there are any sweet potatoes in the supply boxes. Confusing the two, and the guy notes that crops are always included, things like seeds he can grow himself. But 182 isn't asking that. He's asking if there are sweet potatoes. The first guy confirms such. Probably there are a few if seeds are included. He could grow hundreds of sweet potatoes. Making 182 stare at him beady-eyed. Somewhere else, Dante screams, telling him that the sweet potato he cherished so much has finally sprouted. His baby sweet potato has finally taken its first steps. Is he really going to be a parent who has never looked at their child? He gets on his knees, apologizing, as he pushed him too hard. and he will never do it again. Relin wonders if this is the method he came up with, and Dante tells him that 182 is extremely sharp of hearing. He can hear sounds from hundreds of meters away. If he's nearby, he would definitely hear this. Relin tries something else, putting a scalpel at the sweet potato's presumed throat. And notes that if he doesn't show up right now, the sweet potato goes. After a bit of silence, he puts back his scalpel. Noting that he doesn't seem to like the sweet potato much, Dante says that can't be. He's really serious about those potatoes, but where could he be? The cafeteria? Suddenly though, Relin sees something that grabs his attention and tells Dante to look. As a bunch of helicopters are coming in carrying boxes, they both look up and immediately run toward them. Dante waving his hands in an SOS, but Relin tells him that they're not even going to look at them. They should just chase it for now and see where it is going. They begin running. And the other prisoners are following too, with 182. And the Technologia crew also seeing that the boxes are here, sure enough, as the two have previously stated. The latch on the helicopter's box falls down, and the box releases a parachute, aiming to land right where they are, but that's when a bunch of crows appear. A lot of them, and they begin carrying away the boxes. Surprising the two, with 182 just mad that they are so loud. The Technologia crew begins following after the crows, and the box lands somewhere nearby. Right where all of the prisoners are gathered up in a crowd, Dante and Relin look up. He asks what that is, and Relin doesn't really know. Since the administration left it, maybe it has fog gear or something. One of the prisoners asks who's going to take it now. Normally it would belong to the tower. But he is gone now. One of them wonders if they should split it. But one of them knows that they can't with so many people. Another one knows that he should open it. And whoever grabs whatever first owns it. Suddenly someone tells them to stop. It's someone with a baby face, noting that even without the bosses, the rules do not change. The strongest will be the ones to take it. Therefore whoever wants it from among them, is going to have to challenge him for it. Another perks up, not surprised that this is going this way. It's been a while since he used his fists too. A bigger prisoner notes that he's also joining this. Might decide the new boss after all, with another agreeing with that. They all stand over the box, 4 of them. Only one winner, the box goes to him. And there are no complaints. Relin wonders what could be inside. Dante grabs his shoulder, noting that they should take the box for themselves. Relin asks if he wants him to go in there, and Dante tells him that they need to see what the administration left behind. Relin tells him that there are way too many spectators, but Dante just asks if he's an introvert. Relin eventually relents. He puts down 182's stuff. Grabs his medical scissors, telling them to get lost unless they want to die. Of course, the 4 men look at Relin. With other prisoners wondering what that outfit is. It's a doctor's coat. Where did he even get something like that? The fat guy knows that he's a pretty skinny boy. The weight class doesn't match at all. Another one with crazy hair knows that he's acting all manly for nothing. Babyface tells him that since there are 5 of them total, the numbers just don't add up, so does he want him to send him straight to the finals with a punch? Relin doesn't really care about the numbers. They should all come at him at once. Babyface gets annoyed. He's pretty cocky. If that is so, then he will take care of him first. And even the numbers. Relin uses his ability, concentrating, and sees that the fog visible in these guys' bloodstreams is extremely minimal. It seems like he doesn't have much talent either. All he has is his sluggishness. And no real strength. Those are balloon muscles. He sidesteps his strike pretty easily and clenches his fists, punching him squarely in the jaw, which is like a newborn's. Upon hitting the ground, Babyface immediately begins to cry like a baby, and the others start to sweat a little. But that guy was just weak, probably acting tough. The weight class isn't really a big deal. The fat guy gets annoyed and yells loudly, rushing in at Relin, saying he will show him what a real weight difference is like. Relin looks at his legs closely, and sees that he suffers from degenerative arthritis, thanks to his weight, so a kick to the shins is enough to put him to the ground. The other 2 are shocked now, and don't even think of moving. But Relin doesn't care. He told them to come at him all at once. And he doesn't waste time. They scream like girls as he charges in. And after he is done, all of this ended in one go. Just who are these guys? One of them suggests that maybe they will fill the empty spot of the tower. They might become the next boss of Steel Alley. Another suggests that perhaps they already are. If they took down the tower, the drill head crew, and even Hound's crew, then these guys are the two men with glasses. The teacher's crew. The others are shocked and stare at them with awe. With Relin asking what the hell they're looking at, they got some unfinished business with the box or something. The older prisoner denies as such. From now on, this box belongs to the teacher's crew, and Steel Alley also belongs to the brothers as well. Relin asks what he is talking about, and the old prisoner notes that the one with glasses is the teacher, right? The one who wiped out all the bosses in the past. Dante just tenses as the teacher rumor is spread even more exaggeratedly now. Well, it's better than being looked down upon. He stands forward, claiming that he is the teacher, the one who disciplines everyone with great teachings. Do they have a problem with that? If they do not want to be lectured by him from now on, before he can finish. The older prisoner tells him to help them, help their Steel Alley. Because they have no boss, all kinds of thugs from other areas are just looting them. If the teacher brothers punish them, they will pay them protection fees too. Dante freezes again, as this is not what he meant. With Relin asking what the hell he's even saying, Dante tries to act tough. Noting that he's a ruthless boss, why would he want to protect them? Why would he protect bastards? Well, their situation is unfortunate. But they have to protect themselves. The prisoners freeze. With the older one noting that they don't have any strength for that, Dante sees their helplessness. The hundreds of hands clasped together, they don't even have a single blanket left. If this looting continues, they won't survive this winter. And they will all die. Dante wonders what the hell this is. And what he's looking at, but suddenly a loud gunshot snaps him out of it. Everyone stares in its direction, with the prisoners wondering what it means. It seems the shot was fired by one of the Technologia crew, with the first guy noting that he was wondering where the crate flew off to. But it was just Steel Alley, good thing it's a backwater with no boss too. Relin wonders what those idiots are now, and the older prisoner claims that it's them. Those bastards are going around looting while threatening people with guns. The Technologia crew put their guns forward and tell everyone to put their hands up. Did they also swarm here excited by the box? A crow dropped it off, but this is theirs. The older man knows that a helicopter dropped it, but the first Technologia crew member doesn't care what it is. Do they have a problem? Does he want him to put a hole in his stomach? He gestures toward Dante and Relin, telling them to step away from the box if they don't want to get shot. Before Relin can move, Dante grabs him in an act of confidence that surprises even himself. And tells him to wait a moment, as those bastards can't shoot. Those people who are threatening them with guns are not able to shoot. Relin asks if he's sure. And before Dante can say otherwise, Relin charges in. The Technologia crew immediately threatens to shoot him, and Dante puts his hands on his head. And sure enough, the Technologia crew cannot shoot. With Relin punching the first one to the ground and kicking the gun out of Wilson's hands. It seems that they really can't shoot. How did he even know something like that? Dante wonders, breathing loudly, just how he can somehow see something. Wilson immediately notes the emergency, and puts his hand backwards, telling the boss to help them, with the boss being none other than 182. Who has been watching from a barrel further away, somewhere else. Another scene unfolds. It seems that someone else has found Gary's box. She stands next to it with a pretty nasty grin. She calls out to Kundalini. Noting that it's been a long time since they've seen each other, but Kundalini notes that they are not the kind of people who exchange greetings, right? This is the second in command of the Yoshian Dong, Kundalini. She came here to take the box, right? Gary confirms as such and tells her to get off her box. Kundalini sighs. She is quite greedy. Even after killing and taking so much, she still does not know how to yield. She apologizes, but today she cannot back down. Gary is excited by this. They all heard that, right? It seems like the coward Kundalini is finally going to fight today. It is an exciting event. She hopes the sisters are ready to fight, as they will rip their tight-suited heads off. Kundalini however screams at her to stop. If they do this, they do it just the two of them. Not drag innocent girls into this. They will settle this here today, the both of them. With their lives on the line, both of the crews are shocked. And Lala thinks that Kundalini is not a coward. That person She is a true leader. She remembers what the woman told her about Gary. About killing Bren's mother, unlike that other person. She would rather have been captured by Kundalini. Gary immediately rushes in at the prospect. As that sounds absolutely divine, Kundalini jumps off the box as she approaches. Using her agile body, she dodges the first strike. Gary tries to hit her again and again, but Kundalini dodges constantly, surprising everyone, including Lala. As she has incredible flexibility, Kundalini asks how this is. Calling Gary a tendon sorcerer, there are things strength alone cannot handle. However, Gary herself is just very happy about how fun this is. Finally someone is willing to fight her. She is so excited, she throws Kundalini away as she grabs her leg. But Kundalini doesn't back down, wrapping her entire body around Gary's neck in a huge human knot. She thinks everyone avoided her because they are cowards. Someone like her, who believes everything can be solved with strength, will never understand. There is no such thing as a way to protect her people. She clenches the knot, with Lala cheering for Kundalini, but Gary is not even in the slightest bit affected by this. She asks Kundalini if she knows. She wraps her tendons around her neck because there are way too many people who try to assassinate her. She wraps her hands around Kundalini's legs and begins to pull them apart, making her scream loudly. Kundalini's crew, seeing this, do not abide by the one-on-one rule, attacking Gary with everything they have. Lala is shocked, and even more so that none of Gary's crew steps forward. The thrust she builds up is as thin as paper it seems. This is the end of this pathetic leader. However, suddenly Gary begins to use her tendons to push everyone away, throwing them all in different directions. Gary asks Kundalini to say it again. What does she think she can protect? Kundalini herself stares at her and tells everyone to run away, however naturally. She does not let them. After finishing up, Gary brings the box to Lala, with a rather honest smile on her face, calling her little bird, and Lala now understands there is no way out of here. Back in Steel Alley, Dante is surprised to see 182 with the Technologia crew. Surprised that they know each other, but 182 just kind of stares at all of them. Dante wonders why these guys are calling him boss. And Rielan approaches, telling him to stop messing around. What is he doing? Does he have nothing better to do? Does he think they have time for that? He can't even go far. Yet he makes things harder for others. 182 just, narrows his eyes, looking at him with what seems like disdain, and Rielan pulls off his mask, revealing that he was actually sulking, surprising Rielan. He apologizes, but 182 says nothing. And Dante sees that he is not actually sulking. He can see something from 182 too now. Something huge and overwhelming that is pressing down on him with no way of getting out. He wonders what the hell this is. It's not just a simple hallucination, as it's vivid. It feels like he could even touch it. Just what on earth is this? He crouches down to 182's level, asking if it's him and asking what's wrong. Why is he lying underneath all of that? Should he pull him out? Dante is taken out of the vision by 182, who punches him squarely in the nose. Noting that he heard everything, he tried to kill his sweet potato. Dante clenches his nose, thinking that it's broken. And Rielan is surprised to hear that he heard that. 182 tells them to kill him if they want, as he does not need that sweet potato anymore because now he has 300 sweet potatoes. Dante looks at him confusedly. 300 sweet potatoes? Rielan doesn't really believe there are actually sweet potatoes in that box. But 182 notes that he is eyeing the sweet potatoes as well. Rielan gets annoyed, telling him to stop screwing around and just hand that box over. He's got something to talk about too. Dante notes they can share it together, right? Between friends. 182 sternly looks at him and says that it's his, not friends. Rielan gets really annoyed now and approaches the trash bags they've been carrying, asking whose this was again. The teacher told him to throw it away, but he went out of his way to keep it. Maybe he should have just thrown it away into a fire after all. 182's expression hardens, telling him to hand it over as that's his too, but Rielan tells him if he wants it quietly, he should grab his box and come back to them. 182 tells him he's a greedy bastard. And Rielan's eyes intensify, asking if he even knows why he's acting this way right now. He should just forget it. Explaining to an idiot like him is no good. It would be better to cut out his tendons and drag him along with them. 182 puts his hand in Rylan's throat. And the prisoners are surprised to see that they're fighting. The Technologia crew and the teacher crew are fighting. They're butting shoulders. This is a shoulder clash. The prisoners cheer for the teacher crew, while the Technologia guys think that the teacher is a no-name. And tells 182 to show them. Dante wonders what the hell this is. And remembers the talk he had last night with Rylan. He asked what if 182 refuses. What if he does not want to leave? He does not know why he suddenly ran out like that. However, maybe he's avoiding the whole idea of escape itself. He has been telling him as such all this time. That he can't leave, that anyone who tries dies. And that there is no way out. Rylan believed that was just because no one knew how to live. But Dante didn't know about that. Maybe he's given up. His longing for freedom, addicted to fog. Maybe he doesn't want to go somewhere without it. Rylan knows that could be it. He was like that too, until Dante pulled him out. Especially when Limbo gets close. His mind goes crazy. Even using guilt as an excuse. There were times he wanted to stay in Fogland forever. Now he just carries even the hospital staff badge. And all he thinks about is getting out. Dante looked at him and noted that, if that was the case, 182 might actually want to stay here. He does not have any motivation at all. He doesn't even know what the outside looks like, and there is no one waiting for him there. This gray world must be everything he knows. Besides, 182 has lived here all this time. So the physical risks are gigantic. If he refuses, they should respect that. Rylan told him, however, that he would save him. Both of them could save him somehow. If he refuses, they will cut his tendon and take him. Dante got up slightly, asking why he would go that far. And Rylan told him it's because he can't anymore. He does not want to leave someone behind ever again, for those he couldn't save. That deep feeling of regret he feels, there is no way 182 would understand it. As the prisoners scream at them to fight, Rylan tells 182 to stop, as he will really cut out his tendon, and 182 tells him to try, as he will kill him for real. The prisoners begin screaming with fervent expressions, a few telling Rylan to gouge that guy's eyes out with scissors or throw a punch, with everyone joining, telling him to cut his head off and hang it and strip him of all the fog he's got. The Technologia crew isn't any better, telling them that their boss kills people and to hurry and slit his throat. Hearing all these fervent screams for murder, and seeing Rylan's hand tighten, Dante screams at everyone to stop, making silence fall over the alley. He asks what the hell they are all doing. They're grown adults, and instead of stopping it, they are encouraging a fight. Kill him first. Kill him. Can they even consider themselves human? Do human lives mean nothing? The prisoners are shocked, as he's really mad, and his voice sounds like thunder. Dante moves on to the gunman bastards. Are they saying they're the bad ones? Nah. From what he sees, they're all the same. Uncultured, stupid, disgusting, and apathetically petty. Just because they've got some power, they turn into beasts. If they like the logic of power so much, they should live by it and not beg while pretending to be pitiful. It's the rules they made. After all, he turns to Rylan and asks what he is trying to do. He should just say it straight, that he wants to help 182. Rylan clenches his fists, telling him to forget it. He might not even know he needs help. Dante however notes that they have to try, and faces 182, asking if he wants to leave with them. Fogland, he means. Is he not curious about the outside world? There are way better things out there than sweet potatoes, things he has never tried before. However, before Dante can get further, 182 shields himself in a casket made of impenetrable material. 182 asks, what kind of nonsense is that? Does he really have a death wish? He saw the hollow one, right? Dante tells him not to worry about it. They are not going to the wall, they are heading to the central headquarters. The chains on 182's Fortress of Solitude continue to wrap around, some swinging left and right, telling Dante that won't work. He is not going there. That thing on his head, he asked what it was. He is a teacher. How does he not know what this is? It's something worn by people to hide, so that means he's running away from the center. Somewhere else, the crows gather around, having carried a large number of airdrops to one spot. Someone notes that they really got a lot. They must have been really hungry. Such pretty birds. But it's fine now, as he will be able to feed them with everything they want. Suddenly the bird he has been talking with, Gonzalez, flies away. But the hairy man understands why. He spotted something else over there, right? Something that sparkles. The Technologia crew sits outside the dilapidated building, as the three begin talking things out. The prisoners wonder what they're even talking about, with one of the Technologia crew noting that they should but out and get lost. Their boss is handling important business right now, but the prisoner notes that this is their turf too. Wilson notes that they already know each other. They should just look at that friendly mood right there. Their boss really has excellent people skills. If that is the case, the teacher crew and Technologia crew could actually team up inside. However, it's not really a friendly mood. Relin is putting 182 to the ground, asking what he means by classified. Can't he just give them a straight answer for once? Dante sighs and screams at them to stop fighting. They're like a bunch of elementary children. How about they just talk this out? They can't even hold a normal conversation. Relin is annoyed that no matter what he asks, all this guy says is that it's classified. What is he? Some kind of FBI agent? Dante sighs again and crouches down, noting that they should go over what he actually told them. He was born in the center, right? He has no idea who his real parents are, and the people who raised him also came from the center. He is currently on the run, but the reason for that is classified, right? Relin asks what exactly this center is. He should stop playing word games. He's referring to the administration bureau, right? Dante asks if it's dangerous to talk about them. Dangerous for him. After a bit of silence, 182 explains that it's dangerous for everyone, anyone who stands in their way. Dante guesses that by he means the administration bureau, and 182 continues. He doesn't really know much about things like the administration bureau. In the center, there is a monster even now. It's probably hunting for him, but he can still stay ahead of it because he is always listening to that monster's heartbeat. Even so, they are going to the center, but he doesn't want to go. Relin lets go of his uniform and asks what he means by monster. He's throwing out all this crazy talk, but what exactly does he expect them to think about it? If he really wants them to consider the plan, he needs to give them something useful. Dante says it's fine. The plan stays the same no matter what. The three of them are breaking out of here, but instead of rushing in blindly, they need a more calculated way. Their top priority right now is to investigate the administration bureau. After a bit, 182 still tries to open the crate to no avail. Relin noting that he insisted it's his business alone, but just what kind of bastard is this anyway? Dante asks if there's any chance an ability can appear without fog. Relin asks if, from fog mist or something, is that his wish? He should keep dreaming, as that's not happening. Dante however asks, what if an ability has already awakened? Relin asks what he is talking about, like the ability to shout really loud or something. Dante angrily tells him that's not it, and explains that earlier he saw something when he looked at the gunman. He saw terrified snails and turtles. That's why he blurted out they wouldn't be able to pull the trigger. Relin is surprised to hear that was his only proof. He really almost got himself killed. Dante tells him to listen to the end. That wasn't the first time it happened. He also saw something when he looked at 182, something huge that was pressing down on him. That was probably the burden of the secret 182 is scared of, and the fact that they had no mouths felt like a vision of someone forced into silence with no option but to keep quiet. If that all lines up, on top of that, he saw the desperation of the residents here and things like that. Relin asks what he's getting at. Is he claiming he can read people's minds or something? Then what is he thinking right now? Dante looks at him but sees nothing out of place. It is the usual Relin he sees. He notes that he's probably thinking he should stop talking nonsense. Surprising Relin, as that's exactly what he was thinking. And Dante sighs, pulling off his glasses. He should just pretend he'd never heard any of that. He's probably seeing things because he's exhausted. He thinks there's no way that's real. Even if some talent did it wouldn't be something like that. Prying into other people's thoughts is what his brother excels at after all. 182 continues fidgeting with the box, wondering how one gets it open. Does he just smash it? Is it even possible to open it with one hand? Relin asks if he wants help with that. And 182 immediately refuses. He doesn't need any of their help. As they continue bickering, Dante gets up and notes that if they are looking for any clues on the administration bureau, checking this box should come first. What does he say? Should they figure out how to open it together? 182 says that it's his, and Dante agrees. He's just trying to give him a hint here. Friends can help each other out, right? 182 notes that they're not friends. He already told them he is not going with them. Dante asks what that has to do with anything. They can still be friends even if they are heading in different directions, even if their paths split. By nature, friends are people from different worlds who meet, and slowly start resembling each other. 182 says that's not it. They're supposed to be alike from the start, but then just tells him to open it for him. If he'd known, he would have traded it for a sweet potato, since there are over 300 of them in that box. Dante and Relin don't really listen to him anymore, and begin opening the box, cutting out the straps pretty fast. This box dropped by the administration bureau. What on earth did they pack inside? Dante opens it, and Lala does at the same time, seeing that there are a lot of things in it like a first aid kit, toiletries, tissues, razors, basic necessity stuff. There are also clothes, with Lala hoping that there are shoes as well, but then she drops over a toolbox and sees something that resembles a gun, but in her eyes however, it's just an electric drill. If it had been a real gun, she would have blown Gary's head clean off. She sees whatever else is inside, things like rebar, wood planks, cement even. Are they trying to turn the prisoners into architects? There's also a bit of plywood below, and after taking it off, she sees that it's a Lala surprise to see what's inside. They have oxidizers, nitric acid, hydrogen peroxide. This is way too dangerous. What are prisoners supposed to do with all of this? However, these are all materials she is very familiar with since she majored in chemistry. Dante opens the box too, and they pull everything out, seeing that it's just daily essentials, just mass-produced stock and not anything that might serve as a clue. Relin notes that there are clothes in here too, loads of them. Dante understands that those people walking around in casual outfits must have gotten clothes from these boxes. There were especially a lot of people in casual wear in the dumpling village. They must have been sharing the same box. Now, Relin understands that these construction materials are for that too. Dante confirmed as such. Most buildings in Fogland are made by expanding the original cells. They probably use these very materials to do it. This is pretty strange. The prisoners are remodeling the prison however they please, creating their own kingdoms. Yet the administration isn't just ignoring it, they are supporting it. On top of that, they just choose to toss supplies around at random locations, which naturally sparks competition. Relin also pulls out the kit of materials. What are these supposed to be for? Aluminum powder and all sorts of chemicals and ingredients. Dante explains that he majored in life sciences, but aren't these hazardous substances? He also knows that much. What exactly are these prisoners supposed to do with materials like these? This place is crawling with idiots. Just like this guy who is searching for the sweet potatoes. Well, things like hydrogen peroxide and ethyl alcohol can be used for treatment if properly diluted. He should set aside a few of these. Seeing 182 defeated there are no sweet potatoes. Relin throws the packet of sweet potato seeds at him, and 182 immediately opens it up, revealing just a bunch of seeds. He wonders how they could mistake that for a sweet potato, but do they really think he's completely dumb? Dante tells him that is actually a sweet potato. It's a tiny baby sweet potato, making 182 pocket them immediately. Dante also thinks that for now, this is a jackpot they did not see coming. This is exactly the kind of stock they've been needing. Finally, they can do more than just rinse with plain water. They can actually get cleaned properly, especially him. They go to the washroom and splash water on 182's face. Who is surprised? Why are they? What are they doing? Why are they spraying water on him? They should do that on their clothes, he said. They're going to wash them, right? Relin tells him that he smells like a dog that hasn't bathed in ages, and Dante confirms as such. Ever since he came here, he hasn't even splashed a single drop of water on himself. 182 wonders why he should. Dante tells him that it's because he's human. He needs to wash his body. Ignaz Semmelweis saved countless mothers by teaching that hand washing is essential, and Nightingale used data to prove that hygiene impacts mortality rates, so cleanliness is tied to staying alive. Relin tells him that right now, he's practically a giant walking bacteria. His teeth are probably rotten too, which 182 claims is wrong. Relin immediately splashes him with water, noting that he's been using his hand after he went to the bathroom. He didn't even have toilet paper, right? He's a filthy bastard. This hits Dante too, in a different way. 182 begins dodging the water with efficiency, making Relin use 2 showers at once, wondering why he needs to make such a big deal about this. 182 twirls in the air, and Dante can see the landing point. He throws a soap bar right at 182's feet, making him fall on the ground and taking the first wave of water. 182 gets annoyed and gets up, asking why they are coming at him like this. Dante throws a bunch of soapy water at him, noting that he has broken his line of sight. This is their opportunity window, and with this, Relin is able to get in with a sponge and thoroughly scrub him. However, this brings back memories for 182, when they were all bathed in a giant white room with the water splashing on their bodies. His friend was always scared of it, but he was always there to hold her hand and make sure that she knew she wasn't entirely alone. After a bit of time passes, they all get cleaned up, and 182 actually cleans up pretty well. Relin is worn out completely. Even his grandma's cat didn't put up this much of a resistance before, and Dante thanks him for his hard work. He really threw a fit over something as simple as taking a wash. Does he have some kind of phobia of water? It's a good thing food is his weak spot. 182 tells them not to even try something like that on him again, and Dante asks how he feels now. Doesn't it feel nice to be clean? He has a fresh outfit he likes, is drinking delicious milk, and he smells good too. He is also pretty handsome. He's actually quite a pretty boy. He would probably be crazy popular in school, Relin agrees. He seriously looks like a delinquent student who would ride a motorcycle and be covered in tattoos while smoking cigars. Dante takes in the smell of the outside world. Relin looks around and sees that they are attracting a bunch of attention. He notes that unless they end up with laundry problems, they should avoid wearing regular clothes. The three of them dressed like this stand out way too much. Dante asks, who cares? He doubts there's anyone left who even tried to mess with them now, right? They have the white warrior Relin and the barbarian 182. He wonders, is it because they took a proper bath or because they caught a whiff of the outside air again? He feels a level of calm he has never felt before. He knows that more than anything, they are all back together. The strongest squad, the teacher crew. Dante is so confident that he doesn't even notice the crow standing on his shoulder, which immediately scares the hell out of him. And he tries to brush it off, but the crow just caws at him relentlessly. 182 watches this and Relin wonders why he's getting so itchy, even though he's just washed. 182 however, is focused on one single point and tells him that there is something right behind Dante. Dante slowly turns around and sees that besides the swarm of crows, there is also their hairy master there, who seems very, very pleased to see them. Dante recognizes the hairy man. He is one of the shoulders. He's definitely one. He was in his class after all. Relin steps up front and asks who the hairy guy is and whether he knows him. Dante tells him that he's a shoulder. He's one of the ones who caused the riot in his class. Relin immediately pulls out his cutting scissors and Dante reconfirms to himself that he has these two now. Relin alone can easily bring down someone like him. He actually has a crew of his own. Relin tells the hairy man to scram while he's still being nice, and the hairy man asks if he is a friend of the teacher. Well, that doesn't matter because Gonzalez is his friend and Gonzalez wants that teacher. 182 suddenly charges in with a punch right into the hairy man, which seems to go through, but he didn't actually damage anything as he punched basically through nothing. The hairy man uses his hair to wrap around 182, who uses that as leverage to attempt another kick. But before he can, Relin cuts away at the hair that was holding him, making 182 tumble to the ground. He notes that this is what happens when he rushes in like that. He should try to use his head at least once. He's pretty useless once his arm is grabbed. 182 tells him that's not true. He could have hit him if he let him, but Relin is more focused on the hair. It seems to be moving on its own. Is his ability based on his hair? Does he get his powers from his follicles? He cannot see anything through that thick hair either. He will just have to cut it all off then. Suddenly 182 uses his head as a stepping stool as he charges into battle, and this guy has less hair on his head. The hairy man, sensing this, unleashes his hair around his head. With 182 lightly surprised before he is crashed into some boxes once again, Relin wonders how much of a moron he is. Can he not tell that it's not normal hair? They have to cut it off first. If he's going to act like a fool, he might as well stay out of it. 182 tells him that he had a plan too. What does he know about fighting? He is just a doctor. Relin finds that coming from someone who got his ass beat by a doctor. He charges in at the hairy man, telling him to shut up and watch, but 182, being as childish as he is, rushes forward, noting that he was in pain then, the first time, and the second time as well. With this, they begin bickering right in front of the hairy man, shoving and grabbing at each other, with Dante wondering if these are really the mighty fighters he was counting on. He was an idiot to think that, as this is a total mess. Who would have thought they would start acting like children in the middle of a fight? The hairy guy is just clapping, as he finds this quite funny. Dante wonders why Relin can't be nice for once. He's the one who wanted to help 182, and why does 182 always get triggered by Relin? His temper has gotten much worse than before it seems. Putting the two invincible fighters together simply neutralizes each other to a grand sum of 0. The hairy man suddenly unleashes a bigger clap, thanking them for the show. It was quite fun, and he unleashes most of his hair and begins spreading it around, making it end up in their faces. With this distraction, the hairy man suddenly jumps at Dante and immediately onto him, grabbing him like a slime before jumping away further and further with him. With pretty loud boings, 182 immediately moves to go after him, but that's when he hears Relin coughing and coughing. He falls on his knees as he clutches his neck. It's pretty clear that he is having an allergic reaction, either to the stuff they use to wash or the hair. 182 swings his head around, looking in the direction the hairy man went, then back at Relin, and decides to leave him alone. After the hairy guy gets to his hideout, he takes Dante out, who wonders where he is, but the hairy man just says, "Hi Dante." Dante also recognizes him as the only one who laughed at his joke before in class, so he might be able to be reasoned with. He needs to stay calm, as maybe this will work out. He greets him and asks why he wants to see him. The hairy guy says, it's for Dante guesses that his name is Gonzalez, but the hairy man denies it, pulling out the crow from his hair, noting that Gonzalez is his friend. Dante smiles wryly, noting that Gonzalez is a raven after all. Then, is he saying this raven brought him here to make fog? The hairy man very adamantly agrees, and Dante thinks that everyone in this prison really is a moron. He notes that he does not think so. Ravens certainly are pretty smart for animals, but they can't seem to understand something like that. Sure, they might get intrigued about something as colorful and noticeable as fog because it's shiny. They are intelligent and curious creatures, but not to that extent. Perhaps he should give Gonzalez what he really wants, not fog. He can help with that. For example, people often think ravens and crows eat just rotten meat, but they actually prefer fresh meat. They love to nest up high because it lets them watch the world below them. He pets the raven, asking if he's not right, but suddenly Gonzalez tells him to cut the crap and start making fog. It seems that this raven can actually speak. After Dante has left a bit to his own devices, his hands are tied to a post as he is put in a bag. He wonders how the crow is talking. A fog ability? It's possible, but there's no real reason animals could not use it, right? This is truly insane. A talking animal. If this got published, the entire academic community would have lost their collective minds. But that's a pretty dumb thing to dwell on now, especially since he's watched humans jump across rooftops like it's nothing. What matters is, where is he? It's so dark. And will those two actually be able to track him down? Should he start singing or something, so they could find him? But that's not it. Before that, the real question is whether they can even get here safely in the first place. The two of them, without him around, will naturally continue bickering. However, in Dante's mind, Relin is pretty emotional, while 182 is pretty vindictive, causing him to scream out in imagined horror. He notes that expecting any real sense of camaraderie from 182 was never truly realistic from the start. The only thing tying them together was the manipulation using sweet potatoes. Even now, the only reason he's sticking around is for the word friend. Relin's guilt, which probably means absolutely nothing to him, and the tiny scrap of conscience he hasn't managed to kill off yet. That's the only thread holding him to them. Even today, he forced a wash on someone who hated him, handling him like he was a robot vegetable. He lured him with something as simple as a banana drink, because it does work. Even over the smallest thing he gets pretty happy. This was his own choice, after all, because someone who doesn't think much cannot make their own choices. 2 years ago, 182 and Relin actually met, with 182 telling him to make him an arm. Relin, still reeling from what he did and what happened, naturally got annoyed, noting that unless 182 brought him an actual arm he could stitch on something, then it was useless. 182 told him that it was not an arm like his arm, and he wanted a normal arm. Relin pulled on his sleeve and asked if he thought this arm looked normal. If he actually liked it, then he would just make his arm match it after defeating him. Since 182 was already in a weakened state, Relin began scouring him for fog, going through his pockets and all that. But at the same time, 182 begged him to help him with tears in his eyes, noting that he wanted to live. However, Relin didn't even see that, and immediately ran away laughing as he found the fog. At that moment, he saw the sun coming over the horizon, just as it does now, reminding him of those days. However, he also hears a rhythmic thumping of the heart. It's Relin's heart, which means he is still alive as his heart is still beating. 182 gets him to the technology crew, who really are not doctors. They can see that his heart is still beating, but he's just not breathing, so what the hell are they supposed to do? One of them asks 182 what the hell happened, how he even ended up like this. 182 himself asks why the doctor is injured, but that's what they're trying to figure out. If this keeps up, he's going to die, and 182 realizes that Rilen is dying with a pretty wide-eyed look on his face. The technology crew wonder, what's with the look on his face? Was he not his friend perhaps? 182 remembers what Dante said, that Rilen wanted to help him, and 182 says he doesn't know. They ask what he even means, if he doesn't know why he brought him here. 182 really doesn't know, he just wanted to do something. He remembers seeing Rilen stitching back his uniform, and he was quite happily impressed by it, so he tells them to shut up and save him already. The technology crew immediately cower under his aura, with the blonde guy wondering what this is, and why he is pissing him off. The other doesn't know what happened, but their boss is seriously concerned right now, so what do? Tennis Ball Head knows only one method, he really never wanted to resort to this. However, it's fine, as long as he's stuck living in this place, he'll never actually meet a woman. Well, maybe it's fine like this too. With a man like this, he begins giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, and he already imagines getting happily married to Rilen, who immediately smacks the shit out of him as he wakes up and coughs up the fluids in his lungs. Everyone is shocked to see that he's alive, and the blonde guy asks if he's alright. Rilen catches his breath and asks where he is, so the technology crew tells him that he was basically dead for a full 5 minutes, but 182 hauled him over here. Rilen looks at him with confusion, and asks what happened to Dante. 182 tells him he got taken away by the furry human. Rilen is annoyed that he let him get away. If it was because of him, he should have gone after the teacher instead of doing something that doesn't even suit him, something so pointless. 182 looks at him with unabashed scorn, and the technology crew tell him not to be like that, as 182 went through all of that just to save him. 182 tells them that Dante is still alive, he can still hear his heartbeat. Rilen knows from Dante that he can do that and sighs. Now he's in his debt again, a worthless doctor like him. As 182 sulks a little, Rilen actually thanks him, as he isn't completely clueless about loyalty after all. Tennis Ball Head tries to tell him that he's the one who actually saved him, but Rilen just ignores him, noting that he can't stand owing people, so next time, he should suffer until he is begging for death. As he will definitely be saving him then, he turns to the ones who saved him, and asks both of them if they know the fuzzy shoulder. The blonde guy wonders if he means fuzzy back, and Rilen guesses so. They should tell him everything they know about him. The blonde guy wonders why he is asking, did they run into fuzzy back then? Tennis Ball Head wonders if fuzzy back beat the living crap out of them, and Rilen punts him into the ground as he's been getting on his nerves the entire time. Now though, the blonde guy notes that it makes sense. If it's true they took down Bone Eater, then there's probably no one in the East who can stand up to them. But when it comes to fuzzy back, that's entirely different. That guy is not one of the East's shoulders actually, he just carries an Eastern number on him. He is someone who drifts through almost every district, he is like a walking catastrophe that people just wait for to pass. Once he shows up, the entire village drops everything, and they start running. If fuzzy back wants something, it will eventually become his. That's the famous saying around here. Rilen asks how big his crew is, but he doesn't have one. He acts alone, but one could also say that he has the biggest crew of them all, as there is a mysterious flock of ravens that follow him after all, and a group of unidentified followers who seem to follow those ravens as well. Fuzzyback doesn't call himself a shoulder, or treat his group like a gang or something, but everywhere his horde passes through turns into a wasteland. That's why they have to leave this place before they lose absolutely everything. Rilen refuses, as the teacher got taken, and the blonde guy guesses that this is why he wasn't there. The teacher conquered Sector 0, he can't believe he couldn't do anything about it. Rilen asks what Fuzzyback's ability is, but in truth nobody really knows. There's a rumor that he has two abilities, his ability to control his hair in strange ways, and the strands are too strong to be dismissed as hair. They're like steel, but that is not all. Sometimes he can kill people without even touching them, just like what he did to Rilen. Rilen tells him that it was an epileptic shock, an allergy, a hypersensitive immune response, so he passed out from it. The blonde guy guesses that an allergy is nothing, but Rilen tells him allergies can obstruct airways and cause people to die. Tennis Ball Head wonders if this means that he really does have two abilities. Is he saying he's actually coming closer to becoming the supreme leader than anyone else? Rilen thinks that if he can control his hair, that means he can fully control his follicles and hair erector muscles. Then, it was his muscles that were reinforced, not entirely his hair. As for the allergen, it is likely the proteins found in his dandruff, dead skin, saliva, things like that. But what could be the connection between those two, or does he have two abilities? He pulls out a strand that was hidden in his clothes and asks 182 if he also swallowed any of his hair. 182 says he swallowed about 300 strands, to be exact. Rilen asks if he feels any itching anywhere or something, but 182 denies it. It doesn't affect him at all. If this allergen is being used to attack others, that means the vast majority of people are not immune to it and recognize it as a harmful substance. He cannot know why, but there's something different about this guy's immune system. He's the only one who can fight back against him. He asks if he wanted to save the teacher, and 182 doesn't know, so Rilen tells him to do some good thinking then. Can he cooperate with him and follow his lead? If he does so, he will stop treating him like a child this time. He wants to ask a favor, one grown-up to another. He calls for tennis ball and asks if his gun actually works. From his capture place, Dante is being fed by a crow, a bunch of seeds and stuff like that he found on the ground. Dante can't help but laugh. What? Is he a chicken? To think that an animal is trying to feed him? That's a real joke. That's a real funny joke. He thinks the bird is Gonzalez and tells him that if he understands human speech, why don't they have a little chat? He knows that he can talk, so he should stop acting like he can't. He gets out of his bag and grabs the crow, asking if he thinks humans are a joke. The crow caws, with Dante glad that he finally has him in his arms. Did he really think that a flimsy plastic bag would keep him tied up? Why did he put his glasses on a string anyway? Does he think he won't be able to see without them? He's pretty smart for a bird brain. He can admit that, but he bets he didn't know some people wear them for style. That just shows how foolish he is. Sure, he may be at the bottom of the barrel here, but that doesn't mean he can't hurt him now. He should open the door before he does so. Suddenly the door creaks open with Fuzzyback coming inside, noting that it's time to eat. Dante immediately cradles the crow like it's a child, noting that it's really cute, and Fuzzyback is glad that they finally became friends. They start a fire, with Fuzzyback calling him amazing. He even knows how to build a fire, but Dante says it's nothing much though. They are eating canned food, but surprisingly enough, he brought him something quite edible to eat. Dante asks what his name is, and Fuzzyback tells him that this is what people call him because he's hairy and fuzzy. Dante notes that he guesses that's just a nickname. Doesn't he have a real one? Fuzzyback sheepishly tells him that his name is Nicholas actually. At least that's what he thinks it was. Dante notes that he has quite a nice name, so can he call him by his name? Nico wonders why nobody calls him Nico around here anyway. Dante wonders if he doesn't like it. His parents must have given him that name, and it must be more familiar to him than his nickname, right? Nico blushes and wonders if that's so. Dante can see from the way he speaks and acts that he is a gentle person. Then he can build a rapport to reduce hostility, and lower the risk. If all goes well, he might be able to get some information about the administration as well. He can't just keep waiting for Relin and 182. He has to figure this out himself. Dante asks Nico if Gonzalez has an ability too, something he got through the fog. Nico wonders how he knows he really is smart, isn't he? Nico confirms as much, saying that Gonzalez had fog and became smart. He might even be smarter than him. Dante understands that his ability gave him intelligence. That explains why he can talk after all. All ravens are known to mimic human sounds too, to some extent. But it was pretty shocking. There must have been a little misunderstanding between them earlier, so he wanted to apologize. Nico however tells him that Gonzalez can't talk. It would be nice if he could, but as there are many things he wants to ask him, Dante wonders what is going on, as he clearly heard him talk. Dante wonders how he knew that Gonzalez wanted him, then wonders if he can communicate with him. Nico tells him that he can tell from his movements. Gonzalez always takes him to places and shows him what he wants, or what he wants to have or eat, and he wants to give him everything he desires. Dante understands, but wonders if he was just hallucinating back then. Why did he hear it? Why has that been happening lately? Is he going schizophrenic or something? Nico tells him that Gonzalez is the king of the ravens. He points out that Gonzalez brought those here with an entire flock. Dante is surprised to see so many supply boxes all at once, and so many of them too. He wonders if they carried those, but those would have been too heavy to carry even for a dozen ravens. Nico tells him that they did. Gonzalez raises some really strong ravens too. If he wants to see them, then they should go feed them. They go to another warehouse, and Nico gives Dante a bunch of seeds, and instructs him to spread them on the floor. He does so, and immediately a flock of crows arrives, all of them having blue eyes just like Gonzalez's. They pick up the seeds, but don't actually eat them. They fly out with them, and Nico notes that they're finally going to feed them, so they should go and follow. They do so, and the crows drop the seeds on the ground. Immediately, a bunch of people appear, picking up the various beans and seeds and eating them as the crows continue feeding them. Dante is shocked to see actual humans, and asks what they even are. Nico tells him that Gonzalez raises them. They do anything he orders them to. Dante wonders how that's so, as he thought he couldn't talk. However, Nico tells him that real friends can tell by gestures alone. Gonzalez commands the ravens, and the ravens command these ones. Dante wonders if they are slaves, human slaves being controlled by ravens, but this is utterly ridiculous. So is Nico a slave as well? He notes that Gonzalez finds them cute, although he thinks they are pretty disgusting now. Dante understands the hairy guy wasn't the one he had to watch out for. It was the raven who was actually the real deal here. Gonzalez lets out one large call, and the birds immediately begin pecking at the humans, telling them to go somewhere to the village, likely to loot it. Gonzalez asks Dante if he can see. This is him. He should never get cocky again. Now Dante understands it wasn't speaking out loud. He was just hearing it, not with his ears, but directly with his head, clearer than if it had gone through his ears. That swagger. That arrogance. It's a raw, stripped-down clarity. Its entire essence. This is the same feeling he got when he looked at the princes. Everything revealed as if it is in its truest form. Is this his real ability? As the technology crew keeps bickering, one of the prisoners from before comes around after hearing about calming the boss down. Did something happen or what? Tennis Ball Head wonders who said that it's his boss as well. Is he still hanging around here? The prisoner says that it's his turf. The blonde guy notes that it must be nice. Does he really think this is the time to be claiming territory? The village is already done for, as Fuzzyback showed up. If they value their lives, they better run while they still can, if they even have a chance of walking out alive. The man is shocked to hear this, mortified, but then slumps in resignation. What exactly are they supposed to do about that? It's not like them, who have nothing left to lose. They've already been picked clean. Tennis Ball Head gets up and asks if he really wants to die, but the prisoner actually gets serious, as he doesn't care about that. If the only thing they have in this prison is their lives, how's that any different from already being dead? Tennis Ball Head says that's different. If one's alive, he can still grab onto something, find one place to sleep. Otherwise, it's pretty damn pathetic. The prisoner asks what happens when people like them leave them without blankets to stay warm in. No firewood left to burn. They were not going to survive this winter anyway. Now it's pretty much a guarantee. The technology crew is left pretty silent about this, but suddenly two of the other prisoners come around, telling them that they are totally screwed. One of them tells Paul to pack up his stuff right now, as they have to get out of the snowfield camp this second. They can see behind them as screams and fire begin to roar. Fuzzyback's crew really is here. Using their manic power and utter obsession, they begin pummeling through prisoners and taking absolutely everything that they have, as crows dance around in the sky watching. Reelin and 182 walk away, with Reelin wondering why everyone is yelling, but that doesn't matter now. He tells 182 that he can't get anywhere near that guy because he's allergic. He should have this. It's called epinephrine. He'll try to keep himself under control as much as he can, but if it looks like he's going to lose it again, and collapse the same way he did when he saved him, he should stab him with this as fast as possible. He also asks if he can still hear his heartbeat, and 182 tells him that it suddenly got way too loud. To listen properly, he needs to focus on that one sound, but it's so noisy he can't hear anything. Sure enough, his ears are filled with clutter and noise. Reelin puts his hands on his ears and tells him to focus. He should shut out every other sound that he can. If he concentrates, he will definitely find it. 182 does so, and hears a ton of things, like open doors. One by one, he begins closing them until he gets to a red one, a heartbeat that he always follows no matter what. That keeps him safe, but he closes that door as well until he only hears one of them, one far away, and he knows that's Dante. Reelin hopes he can stay focused until they get there, as he is pretty sure these guys are what's causing all the noise. He says this as he takes down another of them. Fuzzyback's crew wonders what this is, standing their ground like a bunch of animals, not knowing what to do, but it's pretty clear that they are about to attack. 182 says that it's fine, as he can clearly hear the heartbeat now, and Reelin is pleased. He asks where it is, and 182 tells him that it's in the distance. Reelin tells him that they are running out of time, so they should clean up on the move. With this, they begin pummeling through the cavemen, with them not being able to do anything. Plato once said that beyond a shifting world of appearances lies an eternal, unchanging realm. The ideas are real, and everything that exists is just an imperfect copy of those ideas. Dante thinks that perhaps this is what this is. The more one looks with their eyes, the blurrier it becomes, and the more one listens with their ears, the further it slips away. Right now, he might be this is the true power of fog, so with this ability, what can he actually do? A human brain can barely process what it's even showing him. All he can make out is the pitch-black face of a demon, swollen with endless desire and hunger, and something is hiding inside as well. He wants to know what it's hiding. How does an animal like him end up with a twisted desire like that? Before Dante can fully see what it is, the crow before him falls stiffly on the ground, dead. Dante asks what's wrong and what's going on. Poking at the crow he can see that he's not actually dead, even if he's stiff, but what happened to him? Suddenly Nico appears and asks what he's done. After those doors close, Nico puts Gonzalez in a cloth and Nico hopes that he's not hurt. Dante doesn't think so, he was probably just exhausted. It is late, after all, Nico guesses so too, and Dante wonders if they are really friends. Could it be that Gonzalez is just using him just like those people back there? Nico refuses. Gonzalez is the only one treats him like a friend. Dante wonders why he is so sure. Gonzalez has been using him to collect fog, build up power, even assemble a sort of slave army. Is he still okay with that? He should think about it carefully. Nico says those people came on their own, they just wanted to be like him, so they started copying him and Gonzalez, but Gonzalez hasn't done anything wrong. Dante asks why he thinks Gonzalez wants so much fog in the first place. Why would an animal even need something like that? He might not be as innocent as he thinks. That crow's true nature is a demon that wants to be above humanity. However, Nico tells him that he doesn't care. Even if he is using him, he'll do whatever he wants because Gonzalez is the only reason he's alive. In the past, everyone avoided him. He went to the chow hall, but people threw him out because he smelled and he was killing their appetite. He was broken and tired and starving. He begged for leftovers, but nobody really helped him. The shoulder of that side also berated him, telling him that he told him before that while he is running this side, he should not come sniffling around the restaurant. Since he is hungry though, he should have some soup. They brought a soup pot to him as there's nothing like a bowl of soup when one is cold and starving, right? However, instead of feeding him, they threw the boiling soup onto him and they laughed as he cried and screamed. He felt hot at that time, burning hot and so cold. He found a carrot floating in the soup, but before he saw the crow that always came to him, the thieving crow that kept stealing his food. Instead of feeding himself, he gave it to the crow who began nibbling on it. Even while being treated like crap by other people, he still fed the crow as it certainly was hungry as well. He did not have anything left to give anymore though. So when he died, he hoped that Gonzalez could at least eat his corpse. Even that though was a far-fetched dream as he smelled bad. However, the crows came to him, and the next day, he woke up somewhere else, somewhere safer. He wondered if it was that same crow who did it, and sure enough, it was there, perched in his hair, and then he never left his side again. When he survived the winter, the boss of that shoulder noted that he was a real rat for surviving. He thought he was done after that day. It has to be the fur, right? That creepy, disgusting fur. He immediately grabbed a knife and began shaving him, but that's when something awakened in him. Because his friend lived inside of there, they could do whatever they wanted to him, but they would leave his friend alone. He ripped the shoulder into pieces. This gives rise to a new shoulder, although he didn't care for the title. Does he get it now? Even if Gonzalez is rotten to the core, he couldn't care less. Whatever he is, he will always stay by his side because that's what he did for him. So he has to make fog, because if he doesn't, no matter what he is, he will always listen to Gonzalez. Suddenly one of the slaves comes around, screaming that they have a problem, that two lunatics just showed up. They say they're here for the teacher. Dante knows who the lunatics are. It's those two, they definitely found him. He knew that they would come eventually. However, the atmosphere around Nico shifts entirely and his hair starts to rise. He tells the slave that the teacher belongs to Gonzalez. Dante tries to calm him down, noting that they have no reason to fight, but Nico walks away, telling the slave to keep the teacher locked up tight, as he will handle this and be back. They get into the warehouse, killing a bunch of crows and slaves. Relin wonders if this is the place. Which building is it, though? 182 doesn't say. He only says that he is coming. Sure enough, Nico appears in front of them, with Relin glad to have finally found the damn furball. Nico guesses that they're here for the teacher, and Relin agrees, calling him a bastard. He is rather greedy, isn't he, as he already has quite a few friends. They had a bit of trouble on the way here. It was annoying as hell to kill all these crows. He should hand over the teacher, their friend, since they're not sharing. Nico agrees. If their friend means that much to them as well, they will settle this. They should see who is the better friend. Relin asks 182 if he remembers the plan, and he does, then charges in, as he only needs to buy him time while Relin looks for that one crow that controls them all. Relin has told him before that he is on his own against that fuzzy monster. He will take out the crow, triggering the allergy, then they move in together. Otherwise, he will just keep getting in the way. 182 was fine with that. He fights alone better anyway. Relin understood that, but even if that was the case, he should hear him out before they go. If he fights the same way he did last time, he will end up flat on his back once again. 182, however, showed him a sword and told him that he brought a sword, a real one, not the skewer he calls a blade. Relin sighed and told him that it will not do anything. Didn't he see that even though he cut through his fur, it grows right back, so what he should do is pretty simple. He should focus entirely on staying out of the way. He should not let a single strand of that fur graze him. He should think about how to dodge the shower water, as he's done before. One more thing that should help him is to keep his center of gravity as low as possible. Remember what happened when the teacher threw the bar of soap at him? He throws his entire body around far too easily. With just one arm, the moment he loses his footing, he will get overwhelmed, no matter how strong he may be. 182 wonders if he was just telling him to run away, but that's not what Relin wanted from him now. Nico wonders what's going on. Why does he keep backing off? Why doesn't he intend to fight him at all? Was he not supposed to put his life on the line for his friend? He is doing this because Relin told him what he must do. Draw those long strands of fur and get them entangled around each other so that he is unable to move. That's when the opening will come, especially with the one thing he's best at, hitting the weak point in a single strike. That's what he's doing as he finds Nico's ear completely exposed, all the while Relin looks at the crows, because he figured something out. There is no way he has two abilities, both fur manipulation and an allergy ability. He does not buy it. The likely answer is the thing that was above Nico's head this entire time, the crow that was swollen with fog. Crows and humans are both animals at the end of the day, so it's possible they can both have fog abilities. That crow is the one with the allergy ability. So where is it? Dante sits with the slave in the warehouse, clicking his tongue. He's never felt this kind of pressure before, not once since he came to Fogland. He wonders if those two are going to be okay against that guy, but they will be fine. Obviously, they're both strong. They've already taken down so many soldiers. But if Nico loses, is that really the end for Nico? Is there really, truly nothing he can do? Because this is a world where only the strong get to live, what could he have possibly done to end up in a place like this? From everything he's seen of him, he's generally a kind person, and someone like that has to become a butcher of people just to survive, only to die as one in the end. Suddenly he hears rustling behind him as Gonzalez gets up slowly. A wave of disdain and contempt washes over him, as if it weren't for this bastard, none of this would have happened. He can't believe a mere beast has toyed with human lives like this. He grabs Gonzalez's neck in hopes that he slept well, noting that the situation is rather awkward. While he was out cold in Dreamland, his friends showed up to rescue him. Those two are really strong. They've already cut down half their shoulders. They will probably get to Nico soon too. Does none of that bother him? They are friends, aren't they? That's what Nico told him, and he genuinely believes that. Even so, does he really need fog that desperately? Enough to push Nico towards certain death? He doesn't think that. He has wings. He can steal enough fog to keep that tiny body of his alive, however much he wishes. Honestly, with a body so small, just breathing in the air of this place would be enough. He should use that clever head of his and think. He doesn't need more fog at all, or could it be that the mere beast wants to stand at the very top? He should quit keeping his beak shut and say something. He can still hear that arrogant voice of his inside his head. He should answer him. What is it that he truly wants? Friends? That's not it. He found one gullible fool and has been using him this entire time. He completely unravels Gonzalez's mask of deception and cruelty, and he finds what he truly wants. What he's been wanting this entire time, a piece of carrot, broken in half. Dante can feel intrinsically that this is the only reason he's been chasing fog for so long, because Nico always shared his food with him, and even when he had nothing left to give, he still shared, and in turn Gonzalez shared back. This is the truth of it. A truth more convincing than 1,000 words, laid right before his eyes. Gonzalez kept holding on to Nico through good and bad, but after so long, after so many years, the crow that stood by Nico's side had grown too old, and he knows, better than anyone, that his time is coming near. That is why he wants Dante to make fog. Dante figured out everything. His time is running out, so he wanted to make as much fog as possible for Nico's sake, to stock as many supplies as possible, and gather as many friends as possible. Gonzalez tells him that Nico is a fool. He is different from humans. That is why he is weak, unless it's for his sake. He cannot bring himself to hurt even a fly. He cannot steal fog. When winter comes again, he will no longer be among the living. Dante feels like shit now. He was the arrogant one. Desire is the most fundamental force that drives all humans. What he mistook for a desire too vast for a crow, was actually a love, too deep for anyone to measure. Before Nico can be hurt by 182's attack, the crows begin to swarm around him, and Gonzalez himself charges at 182, in a mad dash to save his friend. Rylan spots him immediately, and aims the gun at him with expert precision before pulling the trigger, a loud bang that signals the end of Gonzalez's journey.